mais um trabalho pra mim. Cadê você?
Ai, não. Não podem me ver aqui.
O quê? Pelas costas? Que vergonha! Ainda tem alguém aqui. Ei! Fica tranquilo, tá sob controle.
Ai, que burra!
Deixa comigo!
Tem que sair daqui!
Ei, é perigoso aqui, vai!
Ah, não! Tudo bem, eu tô bem aqui!
Lata velha! Você ainda tá aqui? Vai! Anda, foge!
Mas... Eu vou te enfrentar!
Yi, você não deve se importar. Se sua lança partir, não é ela que te torna uma heroína. O que faz?
O que faz?
De um herói um herói.
De um herói um herói. É a luz em seu coração. Uma luz brilhante que queima mesmo sem fogo. Fogo selvagem! Ai, que irado! Eu consegui fazer o fogo selvagem! Que irado! Eu consegui!
Fogo! Ah, não! Eu tô pegando fogo!
Eu fiz a fogo! Eu fiz!
Não machuquem ela. Só peguem o mecha.
Last time, we talked about hero design. In this Dev Talk, let's take a look at the stage upon which Honor of Kings heroes perform, the Hero's Gorge. We aim to provide a fun and enjoyable gaming experience in the Gorge, employing the visual design of the map and different battlefield mechanics to continuously deliver opportunities for players to feel the joy of competitive fighting. To this end, we are always seeking answers to these questions. What features do players enjoy most? How can we make a MOBA map rich and interesting? Speaking of the visual design of the Gorge map, we use 3 principles: clarity, uniqueness, and balance. Clarity means that the environment itself clearly conveys the battlefield information relevant to MOBA combat. From the very beginning of a match, the natural environment and special effects change, guiding the players along their lane. After defeating the Clash Lane's teleportation flower, players can teleport to the center of the other side of the river, allowing them to roam and provide support more quickly. Textures on the ground help to show the attack range of the crystals and the towers, the movement range of jungle monsters, and more. Uniqueness means that the Gorge is based on the unique world of Honor of Kings, integrating multiple cultures and their special traits and symbols to create a one-of-a-kind combat environment. The design language of the red and blue sides of the Gorge, curved and straight, are derived from our thinking on the world's cultures. The curves on the red side are inspired by the symbols of ancient Neolithic cultures, reflecting humanity's imagination at that time, as well as their observation and worship of nature. In contrast, the right angles of the blue side incorporate Eastern Bronze Age concepts of machinery. It was at this time that humans began manipulating nature and evolved technology to craft things themselves. The endless vitality of the Gorge landscape is also another important feature. We want the Gorge to be lush with all kinds of life: evergreen pines, fish swimming in streams and the river, and leaves swaying in the wind. Not only should it be abundant with nature, but there should be signs of human life as well. Human activity is a highlight of all forms of life, so the Gorge has a variety of human-made scenery: the stone of sorcery on the farm lane, broken bottles and jars, as well as other traces of the people who once lived there. Balance means that both teams have the same potential for victory, creating an atmosphere of fair competition for all players. The design language of both sides is different, but we work hard to ensure the overall visual feeling is the same, to avoid creating any psychological bias that might favor one team. From a standpoint of the design's visual intensity, the energy, technology, materials, etc. of both teams correspond exactly. Regarding resources, both teams' crystals, towers, and azure or crimson golems are placed in symmetrical locations on the map. Providing a fun, competitive experience for players isn't all about beautiful graphics. The design of battlefield mechanics is extremely important as well. The core design concept of the Honor of Kings battlefield is fun for all. Players on every lane can get a sense of achievement and recognition, creating an environment where everyone can have their highlight moments and contribute to the victory. Speaking of for all, we must consider the traits and habits of players on every lane, while also taking into consideration fun and competition. Regarding pacing, in a match that lasts around 15 minutes, players focus on self-protection in the early game. Laning players kill minions to earn gold, while in the allied jungle, players experience less damage. The quick resurrection time and the healing dew behind towers help ensure growth during the game's early phase. In the mid-game, players should aim to gain a gold advantage and look for chances to turn the tide. A fight over a core resource like the Overlord or Tyrant may be enough to break the rhythm of one side and give the other an advantage. In the late game, the crucial resource of the Tempest Dragon appears, provoking even fiercer combat. Defeating the Tempest Dragon provides players with benefits such as shields and damage buffs, as well as stronger Tempest Vanguard on lanes. The fight for this single resource can be the key to victory. When it comes to fun, we aim to provide players with conditions that will lead to frequent, small-scale team fights, promoting a competitive experience. Lanes should be cleared quickly to avoid getting stuck in long and tedious fighting on lanes. This incentivizes players to roam and gank after clearing their lane, generating interaction with the opposing team. The design of the lane river sprite also provides opportunities for combat. During team fights, every player has their chance to shine. For example, support players may find it hard to get kill streaks, but they can still get the perfect crowd control feat from assists. In this Dev Talk, we have aimed to share the team's thoughts on battlefield design. We hope you will have a thrilling and highlight-filled combat experience in the Gorge of Honor of Kings and get a taste of the true fun of MOBA competition. That's all for this Dev Talk. Stay tuned for the next one. For more insights on version updates and improvements, keep an eye on Ying's column on our official social media channels. That's where we collect all of your questions and do our best to provide you with answers. We look forward to your feedback and suggestions.
玄武听命。
That's gonna be a 4-point trade.
扫孤玉。
全力以赴做正确的事。
Because Garo is gonna be here. They made a huge mistake.
Triple
Because
kill.
Garo is gonna be here. They made a huge mistake.
Triple kill.
双枪会给出答案。
They're gonna engage. 10x going in with the ultimate. And this could be it.
再给你一首歌的时间。
Right there. Ear get taken down. RCG, they want to back off a little bit. They're getting taken a little bit too low. Popping in with the ultimate on the Marco Polo. Triple kill.
藏好了吗？
It's gonna be a quadra kill.
灼烧黑夜的热情。接住，在下的飞吻。
粉色炮火，绝佳搭配。
Quadra kill.
嘿，我在这儿。
This fight might come
烟花吗？
to this point. You know, whoever gets the overload, get the upper lead, and Lexio goes in. Look at that damage. Look at that mini.
试试
You know,
新发明。
chaining that. It's gonna get double, triple, quadra. It's gonna be a quadra. Maybe it's gonna get a penta.
准备好了吗？
What? Oh my gosh! I cannot believe this.
别怕，交给我。火鹰来了，来看烟花吗？
Dear Summoners, the highly anticipated Honor of Kings Asian Wave Season 1 is coming on April 27th. As a brand new esports league, this KAW league will invite 10 teams from Malaysia, Japan, Philippines, and Myanmar to compete for a total of 500,000 yuan in 6 weeks. The global ban and pick will be implemented in this league. Each team will compete in a double round robin BO2 format in the regular stage during 20 match days, with 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. At the end of the regular season, the top 2 teams will be qualified for the winner's bracket. Teams ranked 3 through 6 will be qualified for the losers bracket. And the rest of the teams will be eliminated.
Right? I'll take the kill. Gosumi goes crazy with a double kill, and it's going to be game!
As the regular stage draws to a close, the more brutal playoffs will be reignited on May 31st. The 6 teams entering the playoffs will play BO5 double elimination matches, as shown in the picture, competing for a ticket to the finals over 3 match days. Finally, the much-anticipated finals will be held on June 3rd. The grand final will be a BO7 single elimination match, where the first to win 4 games will be the ultimate champion. And this late spring, who will stand as the champion of the 2023 KAW League Season 1? Looking forward to the birth of the new champion.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 KAW event. And today is the grand finals, guys. I'm your caster, Get.
Hello, guys. I'm your caster, Tianyuing. Very nice to be here.
Yes.
Finally, after 6 weeks, we got to see you. I got to see you, and we got to see the audiences.
Yes, we get to see each other. And no matter where are you right now, man, on your phones, watching on your tablet, watching on your computer. And I'm really excited for this last matchup. As you can see, both of these teams are on their way to the grand finals in the best of 7 matchup. So I'm really excited to see and who will be our championship for this first season of KAWA.
Yeah, this is like a very special thing because this is the very first time we are gonna watch and cast a BO7 single elimination. So whoever got the 4 games, 4 victories will be the final champion. So I was a little bit touched because this 6 weeks, it's very quick, you know, it passed like a wind. I could still remember the very first time me and get together, we were doing the casting, and that was in the very beginning, like regular season, and the playoff, including our finals. It all happens within 1 week, so everything is going up very quickly. I wouldn't expect the things to go this smoothly and quickly.
That's right. Time flies, and as the teams move out through the regular season, and we can realize these 2 teams are the top 2 teams.
Yes,
you know, they were competing in the group stage, and they were doing so well next to RTZ, but Nova came out on top. The Impunity, you know, beats RCZ. Now there are the last 2 teams, and who will get their name embedded in the first championship of the KAW? And wow, just to see them coming along, it's just like a you know, Cinderella story, and just seeing them coming all these days, growing and, you know, coming a long way towards the tournament.
Of course, like yesterday's matchups, like 5 in total games, we are seeing that Impunity really went through a lot to get here today, because yesterday they were like 2 points behind our RTZ, and like miraculously they just came over and make it a tie 2-2. And the final one, I could still remember the up used Gongsun together with Yaria, and it is this couple that bring them the final glory and get to the grand finals. So everything is like just vanished within like 15 seconds, and that Gongsun was so amazing that the KDA at the very end with 13-0-3. So 13 kills, 0 death. That's something huge.
Yes, definitely. I saw that match, and Yaria and Gunshun Li was a super combo couple. As you can see, Yaria was protecting its ADC every single time in the battle, you know, using that passive, using that ultimate to refresh that passive as well. And going to that match, they have so many combos going on. So we're going to see a lot of that in this final matchup against Nova. So I want to see how they're going to adapt to their playstyles against Nova.
You know, one more thing is like BO5, BO7 are completely different thing because we're playing in an all-around VP. So the hero that you used before, you cannot be used again. So every single thing is like a one-time thing. Like you have to prepare more. You have to save some of the very good combos or some of the duels and some of the couples to the later games. So in a matter of times, like the coach really needs to do a lot of homework, because maybe the maximum number of the game you have to play will be 7. That's a lot of thing to do. It's a very heavy load
Yes.
of the homework have to do.
Yes. Yes, you gotta do those homeworks and you gotta do them really, really carefully. As you know, you gotta play your cards right. You can't really use all those heroes in the first match. You have to save them. You gotta save some cards for those BO5, BO7s, as we know that today it's gonna be a BO7. So playing those right and deepen your hero pool, and that's the goal that both teams need to do for this match.
And it's also a task for your energy because Impunity have gone through 5 games yesterday, and within like 24 hours they have to go through this again and play a BO7. So hopefully like Impunity players, they have a very full load of the rest, so they can be fully prepared for today's matchups.
Yes, definitely. Impunity definitely gonna feel the pressure this
Yeah.
time as they only have 24 hours of rest. Yesterday's match was their last battle. So coming into this final matchup, it's definitely gonna put a lot more pressure on Impunity and
Yeah.
against Nova.
I know, but for Nova, they have a very good time of the rest. They have 2 days, maybe 3 days to watch what their opponents will be doing. So yesterday, I mean, the 5 total games, I believe that Nova and entire coach and the entire coach teams is gonna be our audiences, like watching what Impunity had like doing, what composition they have, and what will be their performances. And I think they have observed for a very long time.
Definitely, the coaches, the analysts, the players been watching Impunity, and let's look at the team data comparison. It seems like their scores is pretty well matched up, pretty similar, in the goals per minute, also in the overload kills as well. So we're gonna see these scores going into action in the real scenario in today's match.
Yep, I think because they are the best 2 teams for this very first KAW. So the data were pretty much the same, but there's one thing that we can take, like Shadow Tyrant's killing percentage, like Impunity have almost like 90%, but on the contrary, Nova only have nearly like 70%.
Yes, and also we're gonna look at the players and their most used hero. Seems like on the scoreboard right now is gonna be Xiao X Lin, the mid laner from Impunity, seeing that his KDA is off the charts at 8.02. So we're gonna see a lot of mid players getting that mid priority early lane.
And I mean 20.30, that's a very good data. We can see this a triangle. No, it's not a triangle. It's a what's this shape?
Pentagon?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, pentagon.
Yes. It's really similar to the pentagon, they display at the KIC tournament. And we're gonna look at here at Xun, our top laner for the Nova Esports, and look at his, kill percentage average and KDA. It's pretty high for top laner. So we're gonna see a lot of those statistics going into action in this matchup.
Yeah, because like we are watching the 2 players but playing in different roles and different positions, so there's not a lot of meaning to compare these 2, but by simply watching the data, we can see that Nova really like every single time, every single match relies on how like Air performed, right? Air is like a rhythm machine. Wherever like Nova goes, like you can see where Air is as a jungler, being everywhere, and wherever he goes, like there's a mini like skirmish happening on that lane.
Yes. I think he's really decisive in those battles, and knowing where his teammates are and knowing where he is, and he calculates the travel time between his teammates and himself, so he knows how to engage in those crucial moments.
And this will be the highlight points from Impunity. And after like watching and casting for entire season, I believe that Up will be one of the best player from all the teams. We can see from the MVP ranking board, always number 1, 16 MVPs. Very hard to.
Yes, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
Top MVP, getting it 16 times, and wow, that means really something, representing the top MVP for your team. And I feel like just individually wise, Impunity has the stronger individual players like Up. But don't take my words for it. But just my opinions, and also we got Nova. I feel like they're stronger in the teamwork and coordination wise, but you never know in this final matchup. anything can happen.
Yes. I mean, each team have their strength. Like up, for example, like Impunity have a lot of very talented players. We can see a lot of highlights, even like pentakill to the single player. But Nova have been showing and demonstrating so many like very good teamwork. So I mean, each team they are shining with their own quality. So whoever performed better, I think in today's BO7 matchups will probably gonna be the winner, final winner.
Yes, and also this first round is going to be really, really important. Whoever gets to win this first round, I feel like they're going to have a better mentality going into the second round and third round and etc.
Yes, and here we go. Very first match. I mean, being the first winner within in single BO7 is really, really important because it rises up your mentality. It just suddenly blows up the whole confidence for the entire team. So this game will be extremely important for the next round.
Yes, and we're already seeing like getting the Taijin ban because I feel like, Megumi from Impunity, he's really, really good with that hero, and I feel like he hasn't lost a single match
11
using
times.
Taijin.
11
so
times.
They're gonna pressure him 11 times exactly, and that's crazy.
I mean, both teams have a very high winning percentage using Taijin, and for Nova, like KAW, having played Taijin for 12 times, and the winning rate will be like 83%, and for Megumi, every single time, like 100% of the winning rate. That's something. Oh, Dachao, I like it. I like it.
Wow, maybe we're gonna see a Dachao Fuzi combination. And with the combination of Zhao Jun, those three really synergy really well together.
Yes.
And wow, Impunity already got this combo going on for them. I feel like Nova, they have to respond with something here.
And this is a very traditional way where the blue side will choose this a very good and traditional combo using Dachao and Fuzi together. But on the contrary, you can see like Nova staying in the red side. They're using Zhang Liang as a way, as a mean to stop like Dachao from pushing the lane all the time. So we're seeing like the countering and a countering strategy from Nova. They're doing a great job. I think Xiang Yu also a very, very good countering hero going against Dachao because using the first ability, he can just trying to use the first ability to push the hero staying in that zone away so that they cannot be transferred and teleport back to the crystal.
Definitely. Those are really, really good counter picks.
Yes.
And towards the late game, I feel like, they need to have those counter picks for them because, if you let Dachao and Fuzi push the lanes, and they're going to get out of control. So they have to have those counter picks to stop that.
You know what? I really like Nova's composition just by a simple glimpse of the very first 3 floors. Because Nova, that the ability to push the heroes away, they have it. They have Xiang, they have Gong Sun Li, and also they have that Zhang Liang's ultimate to lock someone down. And maybe this ability will be followed by some bursting damage from the heroes. They will be picked just in the second round. I really like Nova's composition. It's showing the confidence. It's showing their strategy.
Yes, definitely. Those counter picks is gonna be really, really good. And they're just lacking a little bit of burst damage right now, as you mentioned. I feel like they need like a proper mid laner doing some burst damage.
That's the reason why they choose Xiao Xiao, right? Because Ganjia and Angela are being eliminated, so Xiao Xiao will be the best choice.
Yes, exactly. And I feel like Xiao Xiao is gonna be making its first time appearance in this KAW competition.
Yeah.
That's
a rare thing.
This is really interesting.
Yeah, so BO3, BO5, and BO7 are completely different. Like they are playing different games.
Yes, yeah, BO7 definitely, they step it up. They're playing different game exactly. BO7 is gonna be a lot more decisive as in the BP phase too. The BP phase is going to be really, really crucial, and the counter picks, etc. It's going to be awesome to see these two teams facing it off in this first round.
I mean, the second round of the bans here, I think Impunity is doing a great job because they're trying to restrict the choices of the mid laner. They're eliminating Ganjia, Moi, and Angela, which will be those heroes who will have a very high bursting damage when they reach level 4. So Xiao Xiao is good, but she still needed at least 12 minutes to farm up so that he will have that bursting damage. So let's see whether the Nova can get to that point.
Yes, Xiao Xiao, she has to farm up, and for the mid laner for Nova, Ian, and he has to farm, of course, towards the late game, towards the mid game. You're gonna see that Xiao Chao doing that burst damage, using that fan, dealing so much damage to the member Impunity. Impunity just have to be careful because the Xiao Chao's AoE damage is gonna be hurting a lot to them.
Yes. But Impunity, I think, is a very solid composition. So if they can play the Xiao well, I think they hold a lot of chance to push their lanes, which will be a huge problem for Nova.
Definitely. I feel like Nova here, they need to have someone to manage the wave here.
Yep.
Because if you go into the team battle, you're not gonna have the waves handling. So they gotta choose, either protect the lanes or do something. They have to balance out their fights, either to save the lane or fight it out in the team fights.
Yeah, so Air must be very busy because if we will the Jim will be responsible to push the lane and trying to manage the lane well. Okay, this will be the very first game between Impunity and Nova, and ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the grand final for the very first KAW. Very nice to see you guys, and just hope we can enjoy this game together.
Yes, if you guys just tuning in, it's going to be Impunity on your left on the blue versus Nova Esports on the right on the red. Seems like the opening sequence, pretty normal here. You got both junglers on opposite jungles, trying to clear the waves up, try to get those camps, and really farming up to set for a gank.
Yeah, because current meta, the dragons will be spawning in 4 minutes, so there's a lot of time, a lot of room for just simply farm up to level 4, getting your ultimate. So every single team will choose to farm up peacefully instead of doing the invasions or etc. So basically, we're gonna see the very peaceful early 4 minutes going on, just simple doing the matchups.
That's right. I'm really surprised here. Impunity is not being really aggressive as they used to be. Usually, we're gonna see those invasion happening so fast. For Impunity, they just go into their enemies' jungle camps and doing those invasions. So yeah, this game, they're really playing it really cautiously for both teams, actually.
And Fuzi goes to the bottom lane. There's one thing for Impunity because they have no marksman. So if they really want to tear down those turrets, they really need to create a huge pressure to Nova using the minions and the waves.
Definitely. I feel like, Fuzi and Dacha, they have to make some kind of diversion,
Yes.
kind of distract them, using those team fights and using that teleport to leverage their battles, using that teleport to bring in more members and to send members back to recover in the fountains and bring it back into battle refresh and ready to go.
Yeah. And Hui, Nova, Zhang Liang just secretly went to the bottom to help Gongsun Li clean the waves quickly. They want to take that, transfer Gongsun Li back to the mid where Gongsun Li can have more gold, more economy. That's very important.
Yes, that's right. And I feel like, Nova here, Ian in the mid, like he's really carefully because, Xiao Chao in the beginning, she's pretty squishy, and anytime if she gets ganked by multiple members of Impunity, that's going to be really bad for Nova.
Every hero just went to level 5. Have the ultimate. I think Nova is waiting for something to happen. They're waiting for Zhang Liang to arrive, maybe hiding here. So Xiaoling must be careful. Because Zhang Liang has been vanished from the map for a very long time. They have no idea where this Zhang Liang is right now.
Yes, and I feel like, the pressure is going to be on. No visions on Zhang Liang for Impunity. So, we're having a guessing game here. Where would Zhang Liang pop up in the map?
This will be a dangerous
we're gonna see that right now, right here, the initiation, but they're gonna peel back as they do not want to overstep into that fight at the moment. Playing really cautiously right now.
I think Impunity players, they have a super sense. They know that Nova will use the Zhang Liang to go from the top, from the bottom, and to the mid. So every single player are cleaning this waves extra cautiously. They are waiting for this wave to reach and to go underneath their turrets, and then that will be the time they start cleaning the wave.
Yes, we might see an early invasion here. The 4 minutes mark, using the teleportation. Impunity members arrive at their blue jungle, and we're going to see the lynching happening from Impunity, but the Dacha ultimate is going to be over. Fuzi is going to be over in the battle, and the battle is going to be on. Jing is gonna get caught and picked off, and already the first blood go to Impunity.
Yeah, this is a very good team fights from Impunity because like Foods have been soaking up all the energies, all the ability, all the damage from Nova, but like very successfully get survived and transferred back to the fountain where like Jing is taking up too many damage and goes down for once. So the very first blood goes to the side of Impunity, and that will be the time where they can do something more. Because getting a kill against the jungler, it's a very beneficial thing.
Definitely getting a kill towards the jungler, and that's is gonna be a huge lead for like for Impunity, and they're gonna capitalize on that using that time of that air once he's dead in the fountains, using that time to push the towers and really gain an advantage in the Go League too. So kind of have a small snowball effect for Nova Esports.
Again.
But the battle's gonna be going on here, and Fuji goes down, and he get caught in the process, and Nova getting the kill back on Impunity.
Yeah, I think like for this time, like Impunity went too far because even though they have the Da Chao's ultimate, but you still need some time, some moments, some seconds to wait for the transfer for the teleportation. But by the second where Zhang Liang has the ultimate, you're just simply getting locked down there, and the damage is enough to kill one single hero. So Nova just successfully defend their blue buff and save their jungle.
That's right. And as we pass the 4 minutes mark, we're gonna see the pace is gonna be a lot faster. They're gonna change the strategies, getting the Tyrant instead of the Overlord, and the Overlord goes to Impunity here. So they're pretty much even right now in the kill counts and also in the go lead.
I mean, they are catching with one another very tight, but there's not a very big or huge lead in either things. For example, a killing number, for example, the gold, pretty much the same.
Ooh, Xiao Qiao get picking off by Fuzi using the ultimate. Fuzi was able to get the kill on Xiao Qiao, but here's the battle. The battle's still going on. Fuzi taking all that damage is still managed to survive, and that second ability is really tanking a lot of damage from Nova.
No, Op is really talented. He's playing a Fuzi instead of Marksman, but we can see this Fuzi is constantly creating problems to Nova, using the ultimate to initiate one more time, again, in the jungles. And right now, they're making something to their own teams, right? They have a 1 kill over to Yi-An, like Xiao Qiao. And yeah, this is something. Like, the rhythm goes on and on and on, using Fuzi, the solo, like only 1 core.
That's right. I feel like, Up, he's really playing really well with this Fuzi. Like, he's playing it this game and previous game too, in the regular stage too.
Yes.
So he's used to this combo, and with the combo with Megumi, Da Chao, I feel like those are a really, really good dynamic duo. And they really do a really good job protecting each other.
There's a lot of combos from their abilities. For example, the ultimate from Fuzi will be comboed by Zhao Jing's. Maybe ultimate, bigger circle, and X heroes. You can also use the ability to follow up. A lot of combo chains, CC chains. Wow, that's very good. We can see the teamwork here from Impunity instead of like singly just see how well these players are playing these heroes.
That's right. We're going to see the teamwork coming from Impunity, and that's a lot of CC combos.
Yes.
That's going to be a lot of double trouble for Nova if they're not too careful. If they land those CCs on those group members of Nova, I feel like this game is going to be really good for Impunity.
Again.
The fight's going to be happening. Wow, Nova just getting caught off guard in the top, in the bottom, and everybody just teleport in. Right there, 2 for 3 already in favor of Impunity.
I think Nova is feeling a little bit too rushed into something. They really want to make something happen. They have been using Zhang Liang together with Xiao Qiao and Gong Li, these 3 heroes sticking together, wanted to use like force Fuzi into some little skirmish happen on the bottom lane, but unfortunately their target should be Da Chao instead of Fuzi because they have to kill the Da Chao to prevent this teleporting happening on and on and on stop. So Nova really needs to spend some time, maybe give the cores, for example, Xiao Qiao and Gong Li, more time to buy those items they needed very deeply.
Yes, those burst damage is going to be needed towards the mid game. As we
Yes.
move into the 10 minutes mark, pretty soon the clock is ticking. And yeah, thankfully Air was able to get that kill on Dachao at the top lane. But he is in trouble right now.
Wow.
He's going to use that ultimate to deal some damage. And it's going to back off for now as Nova are moving into the 10 minutes mark.
Yeah, that's very close one. That's a very close one. So if like Air got killed just now, I think the 10 minutes dragon spawning time will be like a huge thing for Nova, because you need your jungle to stay alive to keep the whole river vision open so that you can prevent Impunity from stealing the dragons. And right now, I think Nova really need to calm themselves down for a little bit. And since Megumi does not have a Purify at this second, maybe they can aim for Dachao instead of Fuzi all the time, because it's very obvious the damage is not enough to kill Fuzi at once. Just now.
That's right. Yes. I feel like the late game is going to be the time where they need to change their target. But for right now, they want to put their eyes on Dachao, on Megumi. And yeah, the 10 minutes mark is going to be here. And we're going to see that fight initiated by Air. But he's doing it really, really carefully. He doesn't want to overstep it, as Dachao using that teleport to start off the Tyrant at the bottom. And we're going to see the ultimate popping in from Limport. Can he do it? Can he do it? Air is still dancing around, but I feel like both teams are playing really cautiously. And here it goes. The battle is going to be happening. The AoE from Dachao. Impunity members 2 goes down. There goes Ian. Ian goes down as well. Dachao goes down, and Ian is on his way to the scene. And Impunity member just falling down one by one here. Wow, ace for Nova. Nova getting the kill and getting the upper edge here.
Yeah, that's you couldn't expect this kind of team fights to happen, because initially it's like 2 versus 2 on the top lane, while Impunity is trying to use Megumi's ultimate to teleport the 2 members staying on the top to the dragons. They want to hold this Tyrant, like Dark Tyrant, but like Impunity is such in a fire with, they think that they can handle this kind of team fight. So instead of teleport to the ultimate to the Dragon Hall, they sent the other 3 members from Impunity, for example, Xiaoling up and Megumi together, just walk from the Dragon Hall to the top lane. But like Nova had such a burst in damage, and like a Gongsun Li, so many dashes, so there's no way that Impunity can initiate that correctly. So the cores for the backliners are just doing whatever they can do and giving the maximum amount of the damage to the frontliners.
The Howling Emblem is going to be activated on John Land, and that's going to be a lot of damage coming out of Nova. Nova dealing so much damage, getting Megumi and Xiao Excellent in the process. And look at Air. Air is still surviving, but he goes down as well. That's going to be an even trade here, 3 for 3.
And again, Fuzi got killed. It's an ace, still favoring the side of Nova. Nova stay alive. The 2 cores of the backliners are still here to tear down the turrets in the mid lane. And since it's not decelerated, I think this wave can be pushed even further to the high ground tower.
I feel like this might be it. Look at the
10
lane.
seconds.
The minions are already arriving at the scene. Megumi is reviving. Can he stop this wave?
I think there's no way. Oh,
maybe
that's cool.
They
That's
need
very
to,
close.
They have to back it up, because everybody's reviving on the Impunity. And that was a great battle. That was a good push. They got the team fight. They got the ace on that, and they got a high ground tower out of that fight. I feel like it's worth it.
It's completely worth it. Like, they are tearing down 2 excessive towers in the mid and still having the opportunity and priority to have this Overlord. And once they have the Overlord, using the Shadow Tyrant to take down 1 more high ground tower in the both like side lanes, I think this match 1 is looking extremely good to the side of Nova.
Yes, I thought Nova, they're really calm. I guess they were really, rushing it in the beginning, but now, eventually, they got their, they got the rhythm back, and now Impunity is the one who's being really aggressive. So
yes,
I feel like Impunity, they have to get their head back in the game.
Maybe something will happen.
Caught. They're gonna get caught. Nova, all 4 members are there. All 5 members. Everybody just surrounding Impunity. And Nova are getting taken out as Dachao using the teleportation over. But here remains 2 members of Nova still left. They're still chasing Limport. Limport is on the run, and they are in hot pursuit I feel like Nimport is about to get away, but here, you know what? Here's the Vanguard still pushing the mid lanes. So it's going to be really difficult for Impunity to make a comeback here as the Dragons are moving into the court.
Well, the very last simple auto attack from the Overlord just successfully get the high ground tower from Impunity. And they're still waiting for the rest of the 4 members to resurrect from the crystals once again. Aced again from Nova, and the Overlords are just here waiting for the quad to tear down the crystal.
Already the crystal is gonna be teared down, and your first round of the game goes to Nova Esports. Congratulations to them. Wow, look at that teamwork and gameplay. They were really losing it in the beginning, but at the mid games, towards the late game, they really show who is more dominant.
Yeah, I mean, Nova just insists on doing one thing. They're using this point, like Zhang Liang, to go everywhere. And everywhere Zhang Liang goes, like Xiao Qiao and Gong Sunli follows. They're sending Jin to farm up to do the waves and letting Xiang Yu be the only one frontliners. And they kept little skirmishes happening on and on and on. And we always know that if you are using a Da Qiao, you are not picking Da Qiao to do the 5 versus 5 combats. There's no way you can win because you have no marksman. The continuous damage is really limited. So once you have only one way or one formula to win into the team fights, is that you can initiate on one single solo point, for example Xiao Qiao, and you can just focus all your damage on that single point, and you can probably gonna win. But every single time we are seeing that Zhang Liang just completely put a stop sign on their behavior. So that's the reason why Nova is winning all the time. I think that Impunity really have to think deeply the reason and the principle why they choose Da Qiao. Then just continuously accepting this kind of 5 versus 5 team fights.
Yeah, I feel like Zhang Liang was a really, really good pick. And he was just stopping all those dives. Shutting down all those dives are coming from Impunity. Impunity does have one good shot. If they manage to get the kill on either Gunshan Li or Xiao Qiao, I feel like that's a win for them. But towards the later of the game, as the burst damage getting online for Xiao Qiao and Gunshan Li, they become harder to take down. And also, Zhang Liang using that Howling Emblem, just getting the counter ganking on Impunity. So everything really backfired for Impunity towards the mid games and the late games.
Yeah, I think the flexibility from Gong Sunli will be a huge problem for Impunity because they have only one way of a very strong suit of initiation, which will be the ultimate from Fuzi. But every single time, Fuzi got stopped by Zhang Liang, so they cannot just reverse back this kind of situation. So that's the reason why we can see continuously 3 team fights, and every single one Impunity is losing. Yeah, maybe they will spend some time, to revive from the mistakes. And yesterday I was having that short interview with X-Hero. So the basic thing that he told me will be they know what to do before everything gets into the in-game performances. So while they're doing the lining up, while they are doing the team fights, they tend to forget things, forget the principle they have, forget the initial settings from the coaches for them to do. So I think a better thing to do for Impunity is just you have to remind yourself what you should be doing using this kind of composition.
That's right. The battle, the chaos is you're gonna lose that reminder. You gotta go into the fights. You have to remember your principles and remember how you're gonna initiate the combat and what your coach is telling you. And in the meantime, we have Nova, and it's gonna be Ear from Nova Esports. It's gonna be your MVP with that almost perfect KDA of 9, 2, and 3, and the damage dealt over 30%. It's gonna be 31% exact. And wow, this man was doing really all the decisive damage, clearing up the waves and getting to their teammates, getting those crucial fights at the right time, at the right moment.
Yeah, every single dive in will be exactly on the right moment, I will say. Every time he dive in will be getting the kills for the entire team. But because Jin the mechanism for Jin is you'll got like constant disturbed by those minor control chains from your enemies, so you'd better just find a proper time to dive in to get the kills instantly. So I think Air really played this Jin very, very well, so that he know which will be the most like appropriate time to dive in. Very good assessment.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. They have Shaggy checking out the bushes while those three are waiting behind, waiting for Shaggy just know who's there in the grass. I'm gonna let you see it, and I'm gonna pop in with the crew and the rest of the squad. And wow, perfect teamwork on Nova Esports side on that final team fight.
Yeah, I think Nova was well prepared for today's match. They stayed on the red side and choosing a very perfectly countering composition, and did really well in during the team fights. And right now they're leading the whole series with 1 point. And the second match will be even more important for Impunity, because if you're playing a best of 7, you will have more confidence when the scores is going to be a tie, 1-1, just everything fresh starts. We're going to play a fresh new BO5. But if you're losing like 2 games in the very first half of the BO7 series, you're going to be facing a lot of trouble.
Definitely. And yeah, I feel like towards the the second match and third match, whoever have the first points, they're gonna feel a lot better than having 0 points or the 1 point behind their opponents. So having that first win or second win definitely means a lot to both teams if they get it.
Yeah, because they are the best team from KAW, so they always have a very high winning rate of each individual hero. But surprisingly, like from Impunity, Megumi, Daqiao, they have used for 5 times, but the winning rate is relatively quite low, comparing with, for example, Taizhen 100%. So maybe Impunity is trying to use this Daqiao as kind of exercise. They have something better hiding for the following matchups, I think.
Yes, they're still hiding their cards. I feel like they're gonna play the trump cards pretty soon.
Yes.
Or until the very end. I feel like Daqiao, like you mentioned, it's gonna be some kind of experimentation in the first round to see if they can work with something that they haven't been working so well with. So yeah, it's really surprising to see that they're using Daqiao in the first round and not using it later on.
But let's see, they have switched sides where Nova gets to the blue side and Impunity will stay on the red.
Yes, already seen that Shamonshi getting picked. Maybe we're gonna see Mai Shinui from Impunity if they're really, really confident in that counter pick. But I don't know how, I don't know why. It's gonna be a second round of the team fight. It's gonna be really exciting to see what kind of BP are they gonna do now.
I think Shamonshi is a very good pick, because in the current meta, I think Shamonshi is the #1 mage in the mid laners. And Impunity, Sunbin, and Xiaodan also are very popular choices. And this is a very fixed combo and couples that I think almost every single match, every single series, we will see this kind of couple happening and going up on the stage. Xiaodan, very popular in this very first KAW.
Yeah, Xiaodan getting picked the most out of any hero, over 90 times, I feel like, for Xiaodan, the current meta hero pick. Also Byron, another great top laner meta hero pick. And not to mention Shun being one of the top tiers T0 support as of this current meta.
Let's see the rest. I think from now, like, they're 50-50 for me, because each of the team gets a very popular couple and it worked. Like, for example, Zhao Huaizhen and Mai together, a very nice tanky jungler and a warrior. This couple is good because your jungler can give extra resources, for example, the little jungles on the top side, and including the waves to Mai, trying to make this soldier standing up in the early game.
Definitely, Mai is going to be really, really devastating, especially in the early games, as she scales so well in the beginning. Those damages from her first and second ability does so much damage. I feel like, X Hero, he has to watch those damage. If you get caught in those damaged by Mai, it's gonna be really devastating. And we're gonna see that combo again from Hwanjung and Luban. That is another combo that Nova Esports is really good with.
Oh, this pick is very, very decisive. Like, you can see Byron and Xiaodun, they're very tanky, they're very aggressive, especially in the early phase of the game. But there's one thing, they're quite short-ranged hero. They need a lot of time. They need to travel through a very long distance to get to the core, which will be Hwanjung. And Hwanjung, not to mention the ultimate, it's a very long-range AoE damage skill, but also it has the assistant accompanied by Luban, enable this Hwanjung to have extra dash. So this Hwanjung will be very safe and sound on the backlines, doing the AoE damage to Impunity's members. So I think, like, personally, I will prefer Nova's composition more than Impunity because this Hwanjung is really safely protected.
Definitely. I have to be 100% agree with you, Ting.
Yes.
I feel like this composition for Nova is looking so much better, you know, but Impunity over here, they're bringing out the Marco Polo and they're feeling really confident, and I feel like they're really determined, but I feel like it's going to be really challenging for Marco Polo in the early laning phases, especially in that first 4 minutes where Hwanjung is going to have the upper hand over Impunity. So towards that late game, as you mentioned, Hwanjung's AoE ability, AoE's auto attacks, it's going to be really devastating for Impunity if they're not too careful.
If you're comparing the strength on 3 lanes, I think the only one thing that Impunity is having the strength or advantage will be the top lane. But Mai have some of the abilities, for example, the second one, who can be who can enjoy a little seconds of immune, which will mean that Byron cannot just hit those damage onto Mai. So it will be a very easy target for Xuan to stay safe on the top, while on the bottom, Marco Polo is going to be facing a huge challenge.
Definitely. And not to mention, you know, Mai towards the mid game or late game.
Yes.
He's going to target that Marco Polo. Marco Polo is gonna have a nightmare if, you know, Mai caught him in those processes, and that's gonna be really devastating for Marco Polo if he get a gank constantly by, you know, Xuan, by air. So it's gonna be a lot of trouble for Marco Polo.
You know, I still ain't got the meaning why you like Nova's coach so much, because during the BP you can see that Nova really knows how to do. They have a very good countering strategy in the very first game, and the second one, when they're staying in the blue side, this Hwanjung and Luban is a perfect pair right now, I think.
Yes, they already got that good pair, and I feel like Impunity, you know, Up and Megumi, those are good pairs, but I feel like they have more better pairs. So right here, almost getting the kill on Shemenshi, as Shemenshi is gonna back off for now, as he do not want to overstep too quickly as the waves are pushing in.
Yeah.
But also, he doesn't want to lose that wave. He needs to clear that wave up before going back and recover.
Yes. That's completely overstepping. Oh, something like very serious happening
almost,
down there.
almost. Yes, almost at the top lane. As you can see, you know, Mai, you know, she's really strong in the early phases. So they have to be careful. You know, Impunity, they might want to put pressure on that top lane, you know, but the rest of the lane also gonna have some troubles too. So it's really up to Impunity how they can decisive this battle. Right here, the initiation happening from Nova Ear, getting the first blood already on that Shun Beam. Wow, that 3-on-2 really worked out for Nova.
I think I really know what like Impunity is trying to do, because they know the information that Shemenshi does not have a dash, does not have the flicker, right, available. So they want to make sure that maybe with the help of Yixin's second ability, they can initiate this Bomber Cat Shemenshi and get the first kill to their team. I know what they want to do, but Nova knows it as well. So they send Air together with Hui up to the mid and trying to like engage into this team fight and manage to do this. Like Zhao Huaizhen early phase, that little combos, the damage cannot just be underestimated.
That's right. Those damages cannot be ignored. You know that Zhao Huaizhen has that first ability to do that CC and dragging you back, using that ultimate, and it's like a homing missile. It's just guided towards you like a GPS.
Exactly.
You cannot escape from Zhao Huaizhen's ultimate. And I feel like Shemenshi did a really good job of baiting and Impunity's members out into the open battle, so Air can get the kill.
Oh, another solo combats here. I mean, this will be very serious because these two soldiers have a lot of things going on. In the HOK story, they're a couple. Mai and
yes,
Byron.
They are. That's right. They met, in one of the stories, they were fighting those enemies alone.
Yes.
And also, actually Mai is a student of Fuzu. So this is going to be really cool to see them fighting it out in this matchup.
Yeah. To settle on these abilities and how to play these heroes, like Honor of Kings have a very solid, very heavy load of the stories built in each individual hero. So if you're interested, just welcome to log in our games and watch their stories. That's very interesting.
That's right. So much deep story happening here, and we're gonna see that fight maybe initiated by Xiaohoudun, as he's still very tanky, but he's gonna back it off for now, as there is no ally available for Impunity at the time. So no overstepping right now. Just get back to farming.
But even though nothing happened on the bottom lane, like Marco Polo stays safe all the time, but the question is, like, you're losing your turrets. You're setting free of this Huangzhong. Huangzhong can go everywhere, and Marco Polo still needs quite a lot of time to farm up if he wants to have a doomsday. I mean, at least 2 minutes more. And yeah, before the times gets in, I think Up should be playing cautiously.
Definitely, and you're gonna have that bottom turret already gone. That's gonna be an opening into your blue jungle for Impunity. It's gonna be really dangerous, and we're gonna see that counter jungle already happening. Air going inside the red, getting that CC on Marco Polo. Marco Polo is running away, but they're still not giving up. Nova's still pushing it really, really hard here, getting really aggressive. All 5 members are inside the dragon area right now, but here's Byron arriving to the scene, but they're gonna peel back for now, as they do not want to do too much. They just want to get the red and get going.
And one weakness is that Impunity is on the red side, so which means that the blue buff will on the top side of the map for Impunity. So which means that even though like Marco Polo wanted to have that extra gold wave, you have to go to the bottom side, and which means that you will have a very far distance from your red buff. We all know that red buff is so important for Marco Polo, trying to stick more to your enemy. So Impunity is trying everything they can, trying to shift this Marco Polo from the bottom to the top, where he can have like more close relationships and distance to the red buff. But
meanwhile,
I think
over here we got the fight happening. Huangzhong getting picked off, but he has so much repositioning ability. He got the flash, he have the Luban, the tethering system, so he's gonna be really, really safe.
Yeah, Musi, this game, he will be enjoying this game so much because every single member, like teammates from Nova, will try their best to protect Huangzhong, and using the ultimate, like Huangzhong can find a perfectly safe spot to do the AoE damage. This game will be extremely hard for Impunity to play, to win, especially.
That's right, especially towards the late game. You can see that Shamunshi's damage, that poke, is gonna be really devastating for Marco Polo. If he lands those bombs on Marco Polo before the fight even happened, it's going to be a lot of trouble for Marco Polo, and the fight is going to be happening here. Huangzhong is in trouble, getting picked off as the first kill. Huangzhong goes down, but one member of Impunity goes down as well. Megumi goes down, but the fight is still happening. Mai getting the double kill on those members, and they're going to back off for now, as they do not want to stretch too far, but just getting that red is going to be really good enough.
I think the team fights has happened, and we can see the team fights like separated into 2 parts, where Mai gets a double kill on near the buff hole, and the rest of the squad will continue trying to win using the little skirmish happen. But like just I don't know how like Impunity finds Huangzhong. Huangzhong got like killed instantly from the very beginning of the team fights.
Huangzhong was just like in the patch of grass there in the mid, and he went to the like a little bit overstepping, a little bit misstepping. So he got just using the ultimate to stun him in the process, and we're gonna see that burst damage coming in from multiple members, and he was just like in the center of Xiao Xlin's ultimate, getting caged in. So he was gone, and the question is, who got that kill? It was this member of Impunity.
Yeah, I think Huang Zheng is in the middle of waiting for the cooldown of his flicker to revive again, so he needs to step back for a little bit. With the help of Luban's second ability with that chain available, I think he will be like safer than ever.
Yes, definitely. Those CDs, you have to watch it. If you don't have your flash, you're gonna be really vulnerable for that next 120 seconds. And you can see that fight happening. Look at that air going in super hard. He's still battling. Here comes Byron going for Huang Zheng. Huang Zheng still standing there. He's still standing, providing those auto attacks and damage. Nobody gets kills in the process here.
Yeah, but
Both
it's a very
teams are
close one.
cautious.
I think the
Close one, yes.
the position from for Huang Zheng to choose to set free his ultimate is quite dangerous because he's like literally sitting in front in the middle of the team fights here in front of the river. So maybe next time Huang Zheng can choose a safer spot, like maybe walk towards the back lines here for a little bit more to your territory and use the ultimate instead.
Yes. Feel like he needs to hide behind a wall or something in his own territory. But here he goes. The initiation from Blue Ban is gonna catch that Xiaohouden, but Xiaohouden right now is really tank right now. He just tanking those damage, using that second ability to absorb so much damage from Nova. But here comes Xuan from the top. He's pushing the lanes like crazy. We got two members of Impunity going after Xuan, but here we go. It's gonna be a chase. Who is it gonna be? Xuan or the next members of Impunity?
Using the flicker goes away. I almost think that Impunity can have the skill.
Yes, agreed.
Because like Xuan have already used up the two phases of the second ability. There's no other way, but yeah, he used the flicker. So yeah, they successfully forced out the flicker. So in the following 2 minutes, I mean, Xuan will be less threatening for Marco Polo or Yixing for the backlines.
Yes, I feel like Impunity is actually fighting back here.
Yes.
Their goal is not really much behind Nova Esports here, and I feel like Marco Polo is actually doing a pretty well job, standing up to Huang Zheng as she tried to get his damage up right now, and that damage is gonna be online pretty soon for Marco Polo.
And finally, Marco Polo gets his own red buff. That's very important. By the clock hits 10 minutes, it will be the time where Marco Polo will finally have the first red buff to his side.
Yes, hopefully, he can do a lot of damage in those team fights, but he has to be careful of Air and Shamanshi as those damage is going to be happening across. But here, we got the small skirmish happening, but both teams are just like, do not want to step in, do not want to engage the battle just yet.
I think Nova can safely enjoy the following games because the later they stalls, like the greater the damage will be. So Nova can just safely rest assured and trying to control the way, getting the vision from the river, and that's enough. But for Impunity, they're in a rush. They have to force some type of engagement happen. They have to engage into the team fights instead of just like enjoying the game and waiting for the game to be 20 minutes. 20 minutes damage will definitely in the completely two different level comparing with Nova's.
That's right, Impunity right here is playing really passive, they have to be proactive more, try to engage in those team fights, but really engage in the team fight in their own way. They have to be smart about this. Both teams are fighting for that Dark Tyrant, and that Dark Tyrant is asking everybody, like, why are you hitting me? I'm just walking out of my, Dragon Pit and walking back, resetting the Dragon Pit twice. So these two teams are really fighting for this Tyrant here.
Byron show an appearance on the top, which means that Nova, if they want to have some initiation on this Overlord, they have to circle up and goes to the front face of the Overlord, the Tyrant, the Dark Tyrant. Maybe they're waiting for the proper moment. Huang Zheng, wow, that's very dangerous.
Look at Marco Polo almost getting jumped by Xuan, and wow, that damage is going to be a lot for Marco Polo if he's not too careful. Already the Dark Tyrant. Shenbing getting caught, and that's gonna be a kill for Nova Esports. Another kill. That's gonna be a double kill for Xuan. Xuan getting those kicks in the face of Marco Polo, and wow, Shenbing goes down as well. But here he goes. Shamanshi goes down, but in favor of Nova Esports. Nova Esports definitely have the upper lead here.
Oh,
Shen
Byron's trying
getting
whatever
those
he can
kills.
do.
Byron getting those attacks, but still able to survive and get to safety. But still, the mid tower is going to go to Nova, and Nova is looking really good right now.
I think what happened just now is a result of bad decisioning from Impunity because they are letting the Byron to stay on the top lane for too long, maybe even almost 1 minute. So Nova knows that if we start to engage into team fights, you will only have 4 members. You don't have a Dachao anymore. There's no way that Baron can travel so fast from the bottom to the from the top to the bottom. So like Nova have the confidence to win, to engage into team fights where they have 5 while you only have 4. So that's the reason why Mai have a double kill and Nova successfully controlled this Dark Tyrant. This is a very important turning over point for both teams, and Nova is being the victorious one, the winning run, the winning part.
Yeah, X0. Like, his travel time was a little bit delayed.
Yes.
He's arrived to the scene pretty late. Mai was actually there already, using that flicker, using that flash to really engage on those Marco Polo and Sunbeam. So having the upper edge here is going to be really important.
And not to mention, they have like killed Sunbeam at once from Nova. So without the help of Sunbeam, like the other rest of the squad, the heroes will be not enjoying the like faster moving speed, will not be enjoying the healing. So yeah, they're falling apart.
Yes. Right now, just Nova Esports just collapsing on Impunity, getting that top tower, getting that bottom tower. Almost all the outer towers are gone. Only one tower remains standing in the mid lane, and they're gonna, use that momentum, just go into the jungles, taking their resources, and at the meantime, they're just punishing Impunity over those battles.
I think from now on, the only way for Impunity to win is that maybe they will find some opportunity where like Nova sends someone to push lane in the opposite lane, for example, in the top one. So maybe they can steal, can find some kills over there. Or otherwise, if we are watching continuously 5 versus 5, we can see that this Huangzhong will be everywhere, crazy, just enjoying doing AoE damage to all the frontliner from Impunity, and there's nothing they can do. Impunity will just passively accepting those AoEs, but just simply watching
Wow,
Huangzhong.
Nova Esports just dictating the flow of the battle, getting that high ground tower on that bottom lane. That's going to be a lot. Those super minions are going to be popping up any moment now, and they're going to move their way into the center here, try to get this mid torrent as much as possible. But yeah, as you mentioned, they need to send someone to clear the lanes. They need to catch someone. Maybe Nova is going to send someone to manage the different kind of laning, and maybe that's going to be an opening window for Impunity to have those movements. But you gotta be careful, because Nova, they still have a lot of reinforcements and backups in the grass.
Of course.
So it's going to be really devastating for Impunity. It's going to be a really risky move.
Yeah.
But, higher the risk, higher the rewards. But how they can come back from this as they're 5k gold behind. So it's going to be really challenging for Impunity to make a comeback here.
And for this moment, I mean, the positioning of Musi is extremely important, because one mistake in the positioning might result badly for Nova, and Impunity is preparing. They are like observing like so closely with wherever this Huangzhong is going, and once, I mean, there's a loophole, I think like Impunity will go and catch it without any hesitation. So Nova really needs to set all the vision up open for Huangzhong, for Musi, so that like this Huangzhong will be safely protected.
Definitely. Getting those visions, that's going to be a lot of information provided for your ADC and for the rest of the team. And those visions are going to be really important in the late games, as you want to provide constant vision for your team. But here, Nova Air is providing the vision, and he's just tanking all the damage. Huangzhong used the ultimate. That's going to scare off Impunity's members, and they wanting to take this Overlord so they can go in for the push. But here's the fights happening. The ultimate coming out from Air. Air is still fighting. The Huangzhong in the background still providing the AoE. 2-member goes down. The flash coming in from Huangzong.
Wow, this Mai is crazy.
Mai is just dominating, using his life. Just sacrificing himself. A noble sacrifice for the torrent. That's going to be enough. 2 torrents, high ground torrents gone for Impunity. and the pressure is gonna be on.
I mean, I must say that it's quite surprising to see Shen, this Mai, played so well, and as a soldier, like constantly be a huge threat to Impunity. And right now, with the high ground tower on both side lanes are gone, Nova is just simply waiting for this Overlord. And I think the next goal will be strictly go into this crystal. Nova
That's right.
have only
Nova
10% away from the second winning scores. Will they make it? Or
Yes.
otherwise, maybe Impunity will find a very small loophole but manage to make a miracle happen.
I'm still waiting for that Marco Polo to call in the showtime, you know. But it might be difficult, you know. It might be, it's not gonna be showtime for Marco Polo.
Yep.
It might be it's gonna be death time if he go in at the wrong moment.
Yeah.
So let's wait what's gonna happen.
I think from now, what we're watching is a showtime of Quantum, but instead of Marco Polo. It's very, very hard to find a place to dive in, right?
Yes, the dive-ins come in from Xiahou Dun. Xiahou Dun gonna soak up all that damage, but the Byron come in too. But the damage is not gonna be enough. Look at that. He goes down. Yes, goes down, and the rest of the team Impunity is gonna back off. And I feel like Nova already got the skills. They already got the capability to end the game. But why risk it? They want to go steady and slow and surely winning the game.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. So one diving from Yezi was completely avoided using the chain from Luban, and the other dive-in from Byron is avoided using the flicker from Huangzhong. Say Huangzhong is so safe, and right now the cannons are getting closer to the crystal.
That's right. Huangjun just laying out the big guns. Laying out the big guns in their face. Impunity still chasing. Managed to get the kill on Huangjun. Huangjun goes down, and Nova has to back off here.
I mean, Nova is like just want to win. I mean, Huangjun is ignoring every single damage from Marco Polo and go strictly inside with the cannon. Wanted to take down this crystal, but unfortunately the time and the damage is not enough. And all the damage from Marco Polo second, the bullets from the very first ability and the ultimate just hit right on the target. So Musi went down again. I mean, Nova could have the chances to win, but maybe they're like in such a hurry. So
A little bit.
stay calm, stay
A little
calm.
bit of hurry. Yes. They have to stay calm. They cannot be too hot-headed as we are moving to the Tempest Dragon. And this might be a chance for Impunity to make a comeback. If somehow they can steal the dragon or get the dragon before Nova does,
Yes.
I feel like they do potentially have a chance to come back in this late game.
I mean, Impunity is
Right
so
there.
concentrated just now. Oh, Byron is in a very good spot. No one has a
Yes.
vision here.
But the fight is happening mid. Huangjun try to find a really good position. Here goes Shen. Shen and Byron just trying to find the best position possible. Trying to make a flank. But let's see what's gonna happen in the actual team fight.
I think it will be taking a long time for the both teams to finally decide who's gonna be the master of the very first Tempest Dragon, because there will be some dragon going on and on and on. This Tempest Dragon will be stolen for a very long time. Okay,
That's
so
right. Everybody just coming in, going for the Tempest Dragon. But wait, Nova Esports still got the upper hand here. As you can see, all those minions and super minions are pushing in all three lanes. So that's going to be a lot of pressure, and they have to go back and manage the wave somehow before coming back into the team fight with that Tempest Dragon.
I look at Mai and Marco Polo engaging into one-to-one
the
solo
ultimate
combats.
Coming in, I feel like they need to back off right now. Impunity is in trouble because the super minion is inside the base. I feel like the dragon, the Tempest Dragon, is gonna go for Nova for sure because Nova already got it and they got the lane advantage. So definitely getting that dragon is gonna be much easier for them.
Yeah, but I think that maybe you can just send like one member to protect and trying to clean the super soldiers, and the rest four can still stay in the riverside, trying to make some like interruptions to Nova instead of just simply giving Nova this Tempest Dragon this easily, because this Tempest Dragon will have this buff. The lightning effect will have like extra damage to them.
Wow, look at Shen going after Marco Polo. Here comes Air. Air also inside the base already. Here's the ultimate coming from Luban. Luban getting no CC over that, but the Super Minions inside the base. Hwanjun is providing the auto attack in the background here. And yeah, both sides are fighting it out. It's chaos in the battlefield. Hwanjun used the ultimate to initiate. Here comes the Tempest Dragon. The battle is still going on. The battle is going forever. One member's fall. Here it goes down. That might be a chance for Impunity to make a comeback here as they are fighting off the Tempest Dragon and the minions too.
I mean, the only question, the only problem is that Nova is doing a great job, but they should have like waited for the Tempest Dragon to get inside of the crystal. They have been like doing the team fights for a long time, but there's no way, so that there's no way to like approach the crystal and finish the game. And by the second they found this reality where there's no wave behind them, it's too late. So Hwanjun gets killed one more time, and right now it will be the turn for Impunity to set free of their own waves. I mean, the early 20 minutes, I think Nova is really doing a great job, but like for the very latest like 3 minutes, I think maybe they're too excited, overly excited.
And Impunity is just really, making a comeback here. They have to play really smart. This is a good chance for Impunity to fight back, as they're gonna have some air to breathe as the lane is gonna get pushed out here. And let's see what's gonna happen in this next team fight. It's gonna be really crucial.
Or maybe Impunity really stand a chance to win. Like if you have already sold this game to 25 minutes, maybe you have a better mentality than Nova, because Nova is dying to finish a game for like 2 times right now till now.
Yes.
They fail to do this.
Yes, I feel like this next mana is going to be that, crucial team fight over that Tempest Dragon. But still, the pressure is going to be on for Impunity as the Super Minions are, they're always non-stop pushing, and the Super Minions is going to get faster as the game goes by. The initiation come in, from Zhao Huaizhen, but Zhao Huaizhen has to back off right now as the rest of the Impunity members are grouped up together.
I think at this very essential moment, Nova, they can stay calm a little bit because they can always rely on the super soldiers. Maybe hide your vision, maybe send Mai to take the super minion inside a crystal. They will have some way to finish the game by solo stealing the crystal. It's an easy task from now. Like this.
I feel like slow and steady, wins the game. Nova just have to, take a step back and look at the bigger picture here. They got the super minions. Now they just need to, really push in and push the pressure on Impunity, and this is gonna be a slow win for them. Right there, the initiative is gonna be happening, but Xiahou Dun still have the ultimates to back off of that. So right now, Nova is rushing it. Try to get this Tempest Dragon in the meantime. That's gonna be Impunity. Maybe might want to come in and have an intervention of taking this dragon.
20,000.
What will it be?
Oh, this burst damage from Marco Polo. This ultimate.
Oh my God! Marco Polo finally is his time to shine. Coming in so fast. That's gonna be 4 kills. That's gonna be 4-for-nothing trade for Impunity.
I mean, finally, the showcase you're expecting happen. Solo dive in and getting 4 kills by even using one single ultimate from Marco Polo. That's the reason why this player stayed on the #1 ranking MVP board all the time.
Yes, and with that Tempest Dragon, I feel like they do have a chance of winning. And that's gonna be really awesome. And already, look at that, using those auto damage, bullet time, getting that tower so low, and it's gonna be really trouble for Nova here as the
3 seconds, 3 seconds, they're waiting. They're waiting the Overlord to dive into the crystal, and they finish the game. Game 2.
Game 2 is gonna go to Impunity. Congratulations to them for making the upsets. Almost losing the game, but made a miracle comeback towards that last Tempest Dragon fight. That was crazy.
That was personal talents.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, we can say that I think especially at the grand final, where every single player is highly tensioned up, so they must be feeling extra excited and nervous. So by the time that Nova wanted to get closer to the crystal and end this game, but failed for 2 times, I think their mentality just got a huge hit. But on the contrary, you can feel the confidence like bursting up from Impunity. They know it will be their time. It will be the final moment they have been waiting for such a long time, 25 minutes. And finally, by that 1 single second, that Marco Polo using the ultimate and the Purify together and kill every single one. That's crazy.
Definitely.
That's insane.
Look at that confidence coming from Marco Polo. I always knew that Marco Polo, is gonna make it towards the end. It just depends on at what timing as he go in, and he went in at a perfect timing.
I mean, frankly speaking, I think like for Impunity, this game is like extra hard for them to play. If we can like categorize like 2 or 3 different modes of the game. Like the first one will be easy and the second one will be medium, and like the most extremely one will be hard. So there will definitely be a hard mode for Impunity, because using this kind of composition to fight against Huang Zheng and Lu Ban will be extremely hard, but they managed to do this. It's a miracle. It's a result of a very wonderful teamwork.
That's right, a miraculous comeback from Marco Polo, and that Shun Bing also did a really good job too. Using that ultimate to kind of silence their ability for 1 second. So it gives the window of opportunity for Marco Polo, to go in for that showtime, and that showtime is going to be really successful and really ending the game for Nova Esports.
But it's really a pity because Nova have been taking down 3 high ground towers. Their waves are extremely tanky and have a huge, like very high damage. And not to mention that I think they have a lot of decisions. They have a lot of ways to choose how to play, how to master, how to be the winner of this game. They can wait it for Mai to like control the wave and constantly just let Nova let Impunity to have to send someone to manage the wave, but instead of doing this kind of disturbing strategy, they are just forcing into the team fights. Maybe this game really went for too long, so I think they're losing their like mentality to think more and think deeply and think clearly. Now this is how they look like right now. Nova, it will be very like devastating to lose this kind of game.
Definitely, it's gonna be a really, their confidence is gonna be really crumble.
Yes.
Because as you mentioned, they got the high ground tower already. They got the super minions. They got the Tempest Dragon twice. But in the end, they were a little bit too rushed, and I feel like their strategy could have been better. As you mentioned, they want to send, their top laners to send into some kind of distraction, try to get Impunity in the open, but they were just together going in, and I feel like just they put everything on the line. You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, and once that basket falls, and it was just game over.
Yeah.
For Nova Esports.
For example, it's like you have thousands of options, but just within that very, very important moment, you choose the worst one. So just imagine what we'll be feeling right now, because like you are completely dominating the whole time, 99% of the game, you are leading, you are seemingly get to be the winner, but on the very last second, you got an ace. As a result, this kind of result will be very hard to accept. But as a very good and very experienced esports player, I think they should have this kind of mentality to accept this kind of reality and, just make it back. It's 1-1. It's okay.
Right.
It's okay. It's completely okay.
It's okay. They still have more chances to come back, and having that good mentality, of course, is going to be esports, and having that sportsmanship of having a good mentality is going to be it's going to be good for both teams as they are going to go against that round 3. So 1v1 already. The pressure is going to be equalized here as both teams kind of, know what their strategy on both teams is. So it's going to be up to them and up to their coaches and their analysts how they're going to, adapt those strategies in this next matchup.
At this very second, the most important thing for you to have as a teammate or as a team is that maybe you will have a team leader standing up to tell you, we should be like relax more, and we should enjoy this game, this match more, instead of like blaming one another on what kind of decision you should be better, you should be revised. It will be saved for the future. After today's whole match going on, maybe it will be the time for you to revise for a little bit. But for now, just forget everything happened and be better prepared.
Definitely. I feel like the coaches, they're gonna do the pep talk in the game. Try to have their team just enjoy the game and just visualizing the win. It doesn't matter about putting too much pressure on them, but really talking to them and showing them that the fight. Just enjoy the battle in the heat of the moment. And just take it away.
But this game, the result of this game is really insane. So I've been watching a lot of turning over, or some part, some team is completely losing, but turn out to be the winning one, to be the victorious one. But by diving in solo using the hero of Marco Polo, this is the very first time I saw this. Very first time. I've been watching and casting like Honor of Kings game for 5 years till now. This is the very first time I see this kind of very scene where I still find it's very hard to believe.
Still, I know it's a miraculous comeback, and I can't believe that Impunity actually clawing their way back into the game.
Yes.
And that moment of Marco Polo, it was truly his time to shine. And wow, I haven't seen this kind of comeback in a very long time.
And for Up, like he has been using Marco Polo only twice for the entire 6 weeks. The most, the hero he played will be Lady Sun, and followed by KAW and Gong Sun Li. So with this kind of marksman with such a lot of dashes and flexibility is like Up's favorites, but we have been holding a lot of expectations to this player, but surprisingly he is answering with our expectation with even better performance.
That's
wow,
right. No
what's
wonder
the limit?
He's the most valuable player up on that chart.
Yeah.
And with that usage of Marco Polo, he'll have the Marco Polo. He used already having 100% winning rate on that Marco Polo. Never a single loss. So definitely. He has more options of the ADCs to come, and we hope to see he use more of those in these upcoming matches.
I could still hearing and recall the screaming sound I heard because I was in our company, which is like you doing the whole streaming thing, and by the seconds that Marco Polo is using the ultimate to dive in, I can hear the screaming coming out from my recording room. Insane.
Yes, I feel like if we are in a stadium today, all the fans and the audience is gonna be cheering at that moment when that Marco Polo come in, and wow, the excitement, the comeback, the clutch kill coming from Up. It was amazing to see it come into life.
And now we are watching the data board, where I think the templates are really trying their best, but Impunity will be the one who stick to the very last minute. And for this game, it will take 26, nearly 27 minutes to finish, and as a result, is a huge turnover game. It's very interesting to watch and very interesting to cast as well.
Here is gonna be your MVP,
of course.
No doubt, it's gonna be Up from Impunity, having that 436 KDA, but that's not important here.
Yeah.
The damage, that 27%, is all about the timing, and he really did it at that team fight. It was so crucial. That actually turned the tables for Impunity and ending up with the clutch win.
Yeah, this will be the closest one. I think Huang Zhong really need he didn't even have to move. Using the ultimate is okay.
Yeah. He actually stepped in closer to the core, try to take it down, but he was just aiming for the core and not the enemy heroes. And right here, Marco Polo with the ultimate of Shun Bin coming in at that perfect moment with that purify. That just really does so much damage, and that true damage was all over the place, and Nova Esports just couldn't handle the damage from Marco Polo.
It's like yesterday, no matter what kind of couple that Megumi and Up choose, they always are showing their very good teamwork together. From this one, we are seeing Marco Polo and Sun Bin at the same time are using their skills to complement by one another perfectly, so that they can maximize the effect of this ultimate. And from this one, I think Impunity, if they are gonna be the final one, the final winner for KAW, I think according to the performance of this game, Up has a very high percentage of being the FMVP. Maybe I'm talking about the topic too soon, but as this kind of performances, you are saving your entire team.
I know. I'm
Life-saving
I pretty much agree with you.
Yes.
Put your money where your mouth is. I feel like Up has the potential and high potential actually to win that FMVP in the finals. So we'll see what's gonna happen between these two teams, and it's not over yet. I feel like Nova Esports still have a chance here. The FMVP might go to them.
Of course.
So, yeah.
I think from the BP, like Nova is winning for these two games. Every single game, I think Nova have a better composition, which means that the coach team from Nova, they may have a deeper understanding on Impunity instead of Impunity did on Nova. So let's see the match 3. So who's gonna be the winner is gonna have a 2-1 leading.
I feel like Impunity is gonna be on the blues this time, and Nova is gonna be on the red. So you're gonna see all the meta support heroes being banned out. So they're gonna ban out Tai General for sure, because they don't want Megumi to choose that Tai General. And I feel like Megumi is really, really good with any kind of support. As you mentioned, they're a really dynamic duo with Up.
All right, let's see. So Impunity is choosing Luban as a very first pick. So maybe for Nova, the mage, they can look on like the heroes like Ganjiang and Moye, because Ganjiang and Moye can have those bursting damage with the AoE range, which means that no matter who is gonna be the marksman standing side by side with Luban, you will have your ultimate and your damage hit right on the target with these two heroes at once. Miyamoto Musashi and Lu Bu at once. Very good initiation, I would say.
Yes, the classic initiation, double trouble, coming out of Impunities. Miyamoto Musashi and Lu Bu definitely does a great job of knocking up the members of Nova Esports. But Nova here is replying for Guangyi as a top laner. And yeah, I feel like, he's really good with that player. Shen, he's blowing it all game. And in the regular season, he's really good with that Guangyi as well, and I just want to see what can he perform in this matchup against Impunity.
Yeah, since like Impunity have such a lot of CC chains, so I think Kia is a very good choice for Mutsi to play, because Kia is traveling on a motor, so which means that he will have a higher movement speed and more flexibility will be offered by his ability and his passive. So yeah, Kia is a good choice.
Definitely, Kia is a good choice. Also, maybe Guangyu might be riding that motorcycle too on his new skin. On that skin of this he uses in one of the matchup. So we're gonna see a lot of movement speed coming from the Nova Esports side. Having the mobility better over Impunity right now. The mobility is definitely better over Impunity as of this moment. And let's see what Nova is gonna add to this. Maybe Zhao Jun.
I was really curious about what's gonna be the jungler for Nova, because Kai is not here and Xiaohodun is not available as well. So who's gonna be the jungler? Maybe Yao. So you're gonna pick those jungler who can give the wave, give the resource, give the economy to Guangyu. You don't want to take out, for example, Jing or Lam. They'll be fighting over for the same resources all the time. The economy you need will be not enough. So who's gonna be the jungler for Nova?
Let's see who's the jungler. Like I feel like here, he used Luna, he used Jane, he used Kai. Kai is banned, so Zhao Huijun is used last match. So he still have another options here. He still have Monkey, he still have Baichi, he still have Jing and Luna. So those 4 might be the top choices for Air. But according to the composition you have for Impunity, they're going to have Luban and Luban number 7.
Yeah.
And they're going to have that Jing-chan as the mid. So it's going to be really dangerous if he pick an assassin. But he's really confident in those. He's really confident in himself. Air is going to choose Lam and facing up against Jing-chan. And Luban is going to be a little bit challenging because Jing-chan's ability is going to provide that CC it's gonna lock down Lam in the process.
But honestly, I think Guan Yu and Lan, when facing Jing Chan's protection, all the abilities, they're going to be facing a lot of troubles when they want to dive in because their actions will be completely blocked by Jing Chan's first ability and ultimate as well. So I think Impunity, they know how to win is to make up, like to give up the best environment to do the damage, and that will be a secret weapon. That will be their way to win, to be the victorious one, to be the winner. So they choose Miyamoto Musashi, they choose Luban pair, which means that this Luban number 7 will be safe all the time. He will be safely protected by Jing Chan and Luban, like both. Like he basically have 4 bodyguards, right?
Yes,
they will be
that's
standing
right.
in the circle protecting this Luban number 7 all the time.
Luban number 7 is going to be your president for Impunity. It's going to be a 4 protection on 1. And I feel like, yeah, he does have a lot of protection here. The laning phase is going to be a little bit difficult for him, but I shouldn't worry too much because you're going to have that Jing Chan rotating to the bottom lane. And you also have Luban beside you. So it's going to be a lot of protection for up and up. They're going to surround that strategy around that core player. And that late game, Luban's going to deal massive amount of damage.
I think it's a test for Nova whether like Guan Yu or the Slam Air and Shen can find a angle trying to get closer to this Luban number 7 and maybe use their ability to push this Luban away from the rest of the team. That will be one way, the only way that Nova can possibly win in the team fights. Okay, let's see.
As you can see already, Luban number 7 already helping out. Luban number 7 at the bottom, getting those early go resources, try to get those river sprites as an edge over your opponents. And at the top here, we're gonna have a 1v1 situation. Libu against Guan Yu, but they're just trading blows for right now. Not much is going on as we are in the early game.
All right, let's see whether like Up can continue to do like those amazing performances like last one, or whether it's Nova's turn to finally show us their talents and their mastery of the heroes.
Yes, I feel like Nova here, having defeated Impunity, in the group stage of the week 2, but having a draw in the week 5. So they overall, looking at the statistics, Nova is surely able to beat, Impunity, but Impunity has grown a lot so far, and we're gonna see that dive in from Lam, trying to go after that Libu, but Libu just being really, really cautious and forcing out the flash from Libu. He's gonna survive for now, and Nova just trying to be really cautious this game and don't want the same thing to happen in the last game.
For X-Hero, I think X-Hero is always trying to like observing those stress on top. So like yesterday matchups, like almost every single time the first blood happened on the top lane. So the top laners are always like for X-Hero, he must be absorbing a lot of stress. Okay,
and the first blood already coming out, and Luban just getting picked off in the process, and Nova Esports already gaining the edge over Impunity in this third match.
I mean, there's still a lot of options available for Nova to pick as a jungler, but the reason they choose Lam is because they have the confidence over Air, maybe. Because Air has been using Jing and Lan and as the very third game, so rarely in this current meta we saw less and less this kind of assassin core jungler to be appearing on our game. So the reason why he should insist on this choice must be feeling extra confident when using Lam instead of the other less resources relying hero.
Yeah, I feel like it might be his first time using Lam as a jungler.
Yes.
Instead of the other jungler. And right there, getting the kill on Luban number 7 with the 3-man invades. The Zhangfei using the ultimate too. And that's gonna be 2 kills for Nova Esports and gaining the advantage on that bottom lane.
You can see the anger from Nova because they have been saving a lot of temper because they're losing the game 2 just now. You can see from their actions, their diving, their their decisions, they really want to win this game because early 4 minutes we assumed will be like more peaceful than this, but this will be a completely different opening for Nova because right now they're leading 2,000 gold and also gained 3 kills over to their side, which means that this Lam will be unstoppable from now on. He will be farming up everywhere, and everywhere they go, maybe there's a rhythm follows.
That's right, and Nova is really mad over that match last round.
Yes.
You know, I feel like this match, you know, they don't want to be peaceful anymore. The peace treaty is going to be over for them. Nova Esports Lam is going to be all over the place as they already got that Tyrant is going to provide more go to the rest of the members of Nova Esports. And gaining that small snowball already for Nova Esports. And let's see what this Lam can do.
You know, this is a huge gap. That like Air is already level 9, but as to Luba number 7 only level 6. If you're comparing it to the jungler from Impunity, level 8. But so he's really leading the game. And for Lam, you don't want to give this kind of economy to this kind of hero. Okay.
Yes, Lam is here, going with the dive, getting the kill on Luba number 7 again, getting the double kill on Musashi.
Triple kill.
Triple, maybe a triple kill here. The
Okay.
triple kill is going to go to his teammates, you know, getting that kill in the process. And already, 3-0 here. Nova gaining the edge again, 6-0.
Yeah, for this game, I think like Impunity has no way trying to turn this over because like these gaps started too soon. It's still like early phase of the game, nearly like 6 minutes, but you were watching a complete winning and leading in the gold, almost 6,000 gold lead. This will be a huge wall to climb for Impunity. And not to mention their composition, it's not a multi-core composition. They really relies on the only one farming up for Luba number 7, but Luba number 7 has been killed 2 times or 3 times. I couldn't even remember, so it will be very hard for Impunity trying to win.
Yes. Why are you getting caught in the process? Is that going to be a first kill?
Yes.
Coming out of Impunity, Luban just gaining a small bit of go. Just having that Shadow Ripper is not going to be enough so far. As we're going to move into late game, he has to have more damage than that, as we're going to rely the damage output on up, you know, as a core player for Impunity.
Well, Air is getting closer to 6,000 in personal gold. So killing Guan Yu is not solving any problems. You have to kill Lam instead. So Lam is continue doing the farming non-stop, and with the Overlord, I think he will keep accelerating his own farming speed.
Yeah, Lam is going to be a high value target. You know, if you get that kill on Lam, you're going to have more goals provided for Up or any of the members of Impunity. But right here, we're going to see the invasion happening. I feel like they got that counter, the timer on the respawn.
Yes.
And, you know, Nova Esports just being really aggressive and using that momentum, try to go for the red, but they do not want to overstep this, as all of the members of Impunity just waiting there to start the fight. But the red is going to reset, and everybody just, you know, waiting for someone to engage here.
Yeah, this is one way to keep the snowballing going on, is to remember and to reset the spawning time of the buffs from your enemy. So if you know exactly what their blue buff or red buff will be spawning, you'll be here on time and getting their resources, which means that you will have double economy comparing with Impunity. And that's why, and that's how you can start to build this kind of gold lead in your favor.
Oh, right there, getting the blue buff again, denying all the resources coming from Impunity, and also rotating at that very good coordination, getting that top tower as well. Nova Esports is looking really good right now.
Like for this one, I think is even harder for Impunity to try to win. So they are exerting a lot of pressure in game 2, but they manage to find a moment where the time talks to 26 minutes, right? And for this one, I think, they have to at least wait for 10 more minutes. And that will be the moment where finally, like, Luba number 7 will have enough items to compete with Nova. But from now on, all I see is how Nova can get a resource, they can control the neutral objectives and taking over the control of Impunity's jungles.
Yeah, I feel like Nova just like gaining the control really fast.
Yes.
Even in the last game, too. As long they, remain slow and steady, is gonna win the game for them. So this time, I feel like last match they already learned their lesson. So this match they're gonna be extra cautious.
Yes,
towards
I
the late
think
game.
so. I think so. Another red buff invasion?
Yes, that's right, and they do have the power to do so. They have the go advantage. They got the lane advantage, and almost a 9k go lead over Impunity. And Impunity just having that gold deficit is going to be really devastating for them, as they do not have the items solidify enough to fight back here. Already getting that mid turret down, and that mid turret is going to go down for Impunity.
Oh, it's a complete nightmare for Impunity to face right now, because once you're finding your opponents are everywhere, because you're losing the vision in either lanes, so there's nowhere to go, and every single wave will be evenly shared with your teammates. So which means that you'll get the least gold to your side. So yeah, it's gonna be you're watching your enemy to be farming up, using your own jungles and taking control of the dragons. There's no way you can fight for this overlord. There's no way you can fight for the dark tyrants. And every single waves are becoming stronger. It's very hard to handle this kind of situation.
Clock is gonna be ticking already to 10 minutes mark, and I feel like Nova getting that edge over Impunity already. And yeah, the items are coming out, but the Eternity Blaze is already out for Luban number 7, but I feel like that is not going to be enough so far, as maybe they're going to go for a double dragon here, as Nova is feeling really confident right now. And yeah, it's going to be devastating for Impunity, because they can't do nothing, just hiding in the base right now.
They are farming up there, building the final weapon for them. They're maximize their damage, so that they want to engage into the very final team fights and win, and use the wave to tear down those high ground towers. And the next target and next purpose will be definitely get to the crystals. And from the last one, game 2, they failed twice in that game. Maybe they will do better this time.
Yes, it seems like this match is going to be more promising for Nova. They already got the early edge already, and Luban, that's number 7, he's not fed enough to have that damage. Maybe we're going to see that big fight happening here. The Sandstorm popping in from KAW, and the rest of the team are taking down that high ground tower, and they might want to back up right now, but they're being really, really aggressive. Jump in with that initiation, and Guan Yu is going to go in for that cleanup. And Luban number 7 falls, and the rest of the members falls as well.
It's an
Chaos
ace.
is happening. I feel like it's going to be an ace, triple kill for Guan Yu, and wow, that's going to be game for
Nova.
Impunity. Congratulations to Nova Esports for taking this win, and wow.
I think that from this game, it's a showing of their resilience. You can see that even after the failure after the game 2, it will be a huge frustration for them. I think we can completely understand their frustration, but just within 5 minutes of the resting period of some communication with one another, you can see that they are completely shouldered up and being prepared for the next round of the game. And Nova only take nearly 12 or 13 minutes to finish up, and every single action, wherever they go, they're so clear in their mind, and they managed to make the impossible happen using the Lam together with Guan Yu and the 2 assassin. They performed so well in the early game. Lam, I have to emphasize more. For this game, Air did such a great job by taken over the whole rhythm, a whole pace of the entire game. You can only see the slime going everywhere and start killing and start his, how to say, not fish and farming, no. It's like
He's like a beast, like
a
shark.
It's like a shark, I would say. Like a shark.
And I feel like he's just a straight up killer, a predator in this game. And Luban number 7 is pretty much, it's ATM, try to get that kill, try to get those monies off of members of Impunity. And not to mention, I feel like John Fei was doing really well too. Go ahead with the initiation, and you're gonna have the two assassins going in. Guang Yu and Lam doing the cleanup, and which is gonna be really, really good. As you can see, we going to the scoreboards right now. Look at Lam's go, 10K, almost 11K versus 8K of up from Luban number 7.
Yes. And by the time they finish the game, I think the overall gold lead will be over 10,000 gold for the entire team.
Yeah, these goals are really significant, and definitely Nova really showed them. I feel like, in the first game, that's what Nova did also, is really dominating. And I feel like, Impunity is going to be a deja vu moment for them. The first game, it happened to them the same way. Nova really had a clear vision, a clear goal from the start. They know that they're going to use Lam to clean up all the heroes, clear out all the jungle camps, and Lam was like their core player for this match, and also Guang Yu doing the distraction as well.
Yes. Very good performance by Air. I could guess the MVP well goes to Air.
Yes, maybe it does. Yes, 27.6 damage dealt, and that's a lot. Also, Ian
team
also did a really good
participation
job.
is really high, right? The team fight
Yeah.
rate.
I feel like he was just always there in all of the fights. And wow, Air really definitely show us how dominating he is using Lam as a jungler.
Oh, 12 minutes, not even 12 minutes, 11 minutes and 54 seconds.
Yes, barely 12 minutes, just 6 seconds left. And look at that goal lead, that fluctuation, is always Nova Esports getting the lead. And no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. It's gonna be Air from Nova Esports. It's gonna be your MVP with that 4 and 1 and 5 assist KDA. Wow, the man is doing a lot of work, and have to give the MVP to him.
And it's very surprising to see this is the very first time for Air to use Lam, because I've been watching his personal records. Like, he is using Xiaohodun for 8 times, Miyamoto Musashi for 3 times, and even Baiqi for 4 times. And Zhao Huaizhen and Xiaohodun will be his most used heroes. So I assumed that this player will be preferring those less resources reliant heroes. But for today's matchups, we're seeing the Jin, we're seeing the Lam, also such an amazing assassin. So I think Air is such a well-rounded jungler for Nova.
It's almost like he saves Lam for Impunity. He's saving his secret weapon
Maybe
till the finals
maybe,
matchup. Yeah,
maybe.
He never uses it in the regular stage. Now that he's using it in the BO7s, this is amazing. And I feel like Nova Esports really know how to do the pick. And Air, exactly like you mentioned, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and he knows really all the heroes of the junglers, and really, really well-rounded.
We have been already, time flies. So the very first half of the BO7 for the grand final have already been finished. And let's rewind for a little bit, because the earlier 3 matchups to conclude, I think Nova have a definite winning situation over against Impunity, because not to mention even though game 2 the winner will be Impunity, but Nova was completely dominating the whole game in early and mid phase. So I think Nova, no matter to the personal performances or the BP, I think they still have a better demonstration against Impunity. So it will be Impunity's turn to finally bring up the best composition they have. Because the 4th round, you will definitely wanted to make it tie, wanted to make it a 2-2, right? Because if you are given Nova another victory, they will have their match point.
Definitely. It's gonna be a lot of pressure for Impunity, and also they have to have this tie point happening here, or it's gonna be a match point for Nova Esports, and another it's gonna be another upset for them if they don't do so well in this next matchup. So it's going to be really important for them to win this one.
So even though that we all say that if you're playing a BO7, you must save the good heroes, you save the best combo to the later rounds. But for this one, at the 4th game, if Impunity really wanted to tie up, they they have to set those the most confident hero and the combos out. For example, Gong Sun Li, I like these choices because this will be the hero who give the miracle to them and get them the last ticket to the grand final yesterday.
Yes, exactly. And that ticket to the grand finals, using that Gong Sun Li yesterday was pretty much what Impunity did. And right now, they are in the 4th matchup, and they have to bring out the big gun. And I feel like already we're going to see that combo happening from Zhao Huaizhen and Mai at the top. So already a combo coming out of Impunity here. And I hope they can, make this game a tie, as they're going to try really, really hard in this match.
Will it be a Yaria again? Because yesterday, Impunity used a Yaria to pair up with a Gong Sun Li. Maybe, because they're still losing the positioning, the choice of a support.
Yes.
Lady
and
Sun
also,
and
I like
Alexio.
Impunity.
Yep.
BP. They're banning out Lady Xuan and Alexio.
Yep.
Because of that Tai Jun. But, I feel like Nova still have a lot of options here. They have Duran Jed. They have other kind of, heroes from Munshi to work with. So there's going to be a lot of different options for that ADC. And how Impunity can reply to that.
The resting hero pools are completely open for Nova to choose, and they have a Tai Jin to accompany no matter what marksman they want to choose. And we have been talking about this crazy statistics, which means that they have a very high winning rate using Tai Jin, 83%, and have used it for 12 times. Very insane statistics. So, which will be the final choice for the marksman? I think, Lady Sun and Alexia will definitely be a better one, but it's completely eliminated by the side of Impunity. It's what Impunity wanted to do all the time. They want to make sure that UP have a better environment countering Mutsi. Okay, Garo might be the final choice.
Garo is a really, really nice choice here because of the range coming in from Garo is going to be a lot. And I feel like, Impunity is going to having a hard time reaching Garo in the process. But with that Injun, it's going to provide some zoning damage, as their mage is going to have that long range damage on the backlines of Nova Esports. So, yes, I also like Impunity's, composition here. But let's see what they add to this.
Because after watching and casting the 3 games before, that Nova is excelling at those very fast-paced competition, right? But this kind of composition is that they really need to farm for a long time. And the early game, I think they're leaking some of the damage. Both Garo and Lu Bu really needs a very lot of time to farm up. So the early game till the mid game, I was kind of worried about Nova, whether they can make it a peaceful farming up situation or otherwise, because Impunity is choosing Prince of Lanling, right? Prince of Lanling as a support, trying to speed up. So it's a matter of catching who is going to be running faster, Impunity or Nova. Nova definitely wanted to enjoy the game when the time hits 20 minutes, 30 minutes. That's while they have the maximize amount of the damage, right? They're definitely going to be the winning run when it comes to 5 versus 5 team fights. But Impunity, they are speeding up Gong Sun Li and Prince of Lanling. I can see their determination. They want to finish off this game early.
Look at the Impunity composition. I cannot believe. Look at that, all damage, no breaks. They're going in really hard. Look at that damage coming from Megumi, and wow, the damage coming in from their top laner, X-Hero.
Yep.
Those heroes are super early game damage dealers. And wow, if they want to accelerate the game, this is the composition that Impunity is going for. And it's going to be really devastating for Nova Esports in the early game if they're not careful. Getting caught up with that Prince of Lanning is going to be, devastating for the Garo.
I think from the very first 5 minutes of this game, Impunity is winning. They have 3 winning lanes. Mai going against Lu Bu, and as the mid laner, Engine cleans the way faster than Yixing, and the bottom laner you have the Prince of Lining as a support accompanied Gong Li, so Garo needs to stay underneath the turrets just to keep safe. So whether like Impunity can really pull this kind of composition well and get as much as advantage they wanted to have in the early game really like relies on how they performed in those early 5 minutes. It's really important. We are not expecting to see the peaceful farming up situation like the early 3 games.
Yes, definitely. You know, the pace is not going to be there as Impunity really want to accelerate this game and be really more aggressive. And that Garo is going to face a lot of pressure. You know, that Prince of Lightning just roaming around the jungle, lurking around, trying to find a better time, good timing, try to go for that assassination. But here, you know, they got Tai Jin protecting the bottom lane at all time. So that's going to be his job to protect their ADC for Nova Esports.
If nothing happened in the early, I would say 8 minutes, I think Impunity is gradually losing as the time goes by.
Yes, and I feel like Nova Esports is going to be eventually better at the late games.
Yep.
Like moving towards the late games, as you mentioned, is going to be gradually better for them.
Okay.
And Impunity, I feel like they need to speed it up here.
Yes, of course.
Try to go for those ganks.
Clock is ticking. Every single second is very precious for them in this game. Will Garo feel the safe and sound environment in the late game? Like when you pick Garo as a marksman, you always feel so dangerous all the time because you will be the only target for your enemy. They're always trying to restrict where you're going, what you're doing.
Yes, and Garo has to use that, you know, flash for some sticky situations, you know. If you're going to force out your flash too early in the game, those next fights for the next 2 minutes is going to be very vulnerable for you to go into those fights. And already, we might see Prince of Lightning, you know, try to get the vision for Impunity here. Maybe try to go for engage, but they're going to back off as they're going to get stick inside Yixing's ultimate here. And not much fight happening. Everybody just playing it really cautiously.
But, you know, because the reason why the Impunity chooses this kind of composition is too obvious, like Nova know exactly what you want to do. So they're keeping every single step so close, so cautiously, so that you cannot find some opportunity trying to start make something happen. Like this Prince of Lining is very busy. He's traveling a lot from the bottom to the mid and to the top, but there's no opportunity given by Nova. They're just simply staying under the turrets, and there's no way that Impunity can just go inside. All right, maybe they want to do something 4 versus 2 down there.
Wow, there's too many enemies of Impunity inside the base, inside the tower. That's going to be a double kill coming out of Impunity here. And they need a 4-man, at least 4 men to take down 2 members of Nova Esports.
Because 2-2, I think that's not enough, and 3-2, I think still very dangerous because we have those early game protection system under the turrets, which means that your damage will be reduced. So 4 will be the correct number they needed trying to get a victorious winning, get the successful skirmish happening down there.
Well, right here, the assassination, but it failed. Try to get Yixing in the process as Musashi is going to come in. They have to leave the battlefield here as Megumi gets taken down really low, and they do not want to risk it here as they have a good start. They want to keep this rhythm going.
Let's see what their next moves is. Because Nova, maybe if they want to protect this Garo, they will send someone down there to help Garo, like exerting this kind of pressure. Because Impunity will continue to do so. They will continue to go inside your territory. They're trying to create some of the disturbance here as to your jungle, as to your red buff.
Yes, definitely. They want to harass Nova Esports as much as possible here. But I feel like Garo is getting stronger, you know, every minute of the game here. And they already sent someone as a protection here, as a bodyguard. That's going to be Musashi. Try to get some visions inside the jungle. Try to get some visions on that Tyrant so they can gain that river control. And already, getting that Tyrant, that means a lot to Nova Esports here.
On the contrary, you can see on the top lane, Impunity is also standing up together and trying to tear down the turrets on the top lane. Wow, mid lane again, another kill happened. goes to the side of Impunity. 3-0 killing numbers, and they are still trying to expand the gap between their golds. And now they're leading the whole game with nearly 3,000 gold lead. I think that's okay. Wow, maybe we're gonna see a 2-2 tie.
Accelerating the game. Yes, exactly. They're having a really aggressive composition. You know, this might works for them, but you know, Impunity is going to be a double-edged sword here. You know, the aggressiveness is going to be working. If it works, it's going to works well. But as you move into the late game, if you overstep that, if you're going overconfidence, it's going to be backfiring because they got Garo at the late game. That's going to do a lot of damage for them. And any second, if you make one small mistake, that small mistake is going to cost you the entire game.
But what Nova did really well is they're giving up those resources. They're not engaging into those very hard and difficult team fights with Impunity. They're giving the resource up to Impunity's hands. What they were doing great is that they're protecting their turrets well. We can see from the mid turrets, like after 7 minutes of continuously fighting, they have been protecting the turrets for 7 minutes till now. Very hard task.
Definitely. Nova Esports is showing really a lot of composure here. You know, they're keeping it really cool. You know, even though Impunity, you know, is driving that momentum, being really, really aggressive, Nova just need to remain that cool and really stick it out into the late game. As they are moving into the 7 minutes mark, they still want to be really, you know, reserved here. They don't want to overstep it so they can get that farm up on that Garo.
Yeah, but since they have already lost the tier 1 turrets in either side lane, so it will be even harder for them to try and protect the tier 1 turret in the mid. So my suggestion is, if you cannot protect it anymore, just set it free and let it on this blue buff. And Luibu wanted to initiate whether they can do this.
Yes, they can. They already got the kill on Prince of Lanin. Libus goes in with the slash, and he's gonna go down as well. But he already did the maximum damage as much as he could, and the rest of Nova Esports is gonna back off, and also Impunity is gonna back off as well. That's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade so far.
Yeah, I think it's okay for the side of Nova because like Impunity is getting this Overlord. If they do not engage into this kind of team fights, like Impunity will continue to push your turrets. So use a 1-to-1 trade of this kind of trade. I think it's okay. It's acceptable to the side of Nova. They have to stop Impunity from continue to get their towers to continue their invasion all the time.
That's right. I feel like, you know, getting that kill, getting that trade off is gonna be, you know, there's gonna be a plus on Nova Esports. It's gonna give them more time to farm up.
Of course.
Give time to, you know, more to take a breather and really step back and try to re-engage in this next team fight.
Yeah, you have to put a stop sign to Impunity. Just let yourself breathe for a little bit. Maybe like fighting for 2 minutes of the farming up. That's very important for Garo especially. Maybe Garo will have one more item because of this 1 more minute or 2 more minutes.
That's right. And yeah, I feel like X-Hero and Megumi is just gonna go for Garo in those battle fights. So Nova Esports, they have to stop those two. You know, they have to stop X-Hero and Megumi trying to go for the assassination for Garo, as they are really dangerous threats to Nova Esports.
Engine is using the ultimate trying to poke away those HP bars from Nova all the time, but Nova are sticking with one another so closely. They're sharing this kind of damage, so we can see this poking is not that efficient.
Yes, and Nova Esports really much sticking together right here, and wow, they're really sticking really closely together. They do not want to be separated.
Yeah. And this is a very good teamwork, because once you go solo on the side lane, you might be killed. There's a lot of dangers hiding in the bush, like Prince of Lanling are hiding everywhere. It's like a hide and seek for Prince of Lanling. You do not want to be found.
That's right, and the fight is going to be happening here. Zhao Huaizhen getting taken extremely low, and he might go down, but he made it to safety. The fight is going to be happening still. Libu goes down. And X-Hero got that kill out of that. And already, they're still using that pressure to push in on Nova Esports.
Of course. I think this will be the moment where Impunity is waiting for two minutes because they want to see the clock taken to 10 minutes, which means that the dragons will be taken into the next level, right? They will have the Dark Tyrants and the Overlord, and they're wishing this kind of dragons and neutral objectives will make their damage even more stronger and make their way going to further like approaching Nova's high ground towers. Impunity really have to speed up for a little bit. I
feel
think
like time is gonna run out pretty
of course,
soon. But
yeah.
yeah, Impunity already get that Overlord already, but you know they have to engage, be more aggressive, try to end the game early as much as possible.
Yes.
Here, as Nova Esports member are pretty much getting their items finalized, and you're gonna see those Eternity Blaze and Blood Sweepers on that Garo, and it's gonna be trouble for Impunity.
Yes, but they have to make good use of this Overlord, trying to get closer to the high ground towers. In my expectations, I think they should use these 2 dragons at least to take down all the outer turrets from Nova, and they have to use the Shadow Overlord on the top lane, trying to steal 1 more high ground tower, and that will be fair enough for Impunity. 12 minutes, yeah, according to the plan.
That's right, 12 minutes is already here.
Twilight Ball.
And Nova have to do something here. 1 versus 1. This is going to be an even trade-off, but that's going to buy a lot of time for Nova Esports to farm up still. And yeah, there's only so much you can do. I feel like Nova Esports have to draw them into an open fight, and that's going to be, you know, a bigger winning percentage for Nova if they can do an open fight.
But you know, from now, like for this, like now, I think Nova is not planning on engaging with an Impunity, and they have Taijin and they have the extra life. By the minute where Nova wanted to accept team fights going against Impunity, I would say, I think they have the percentage to win. They're not completely losing the game.
I feel like Nova Esports is really confident, and when they do engage the team fight, they know they can win the battle.
Of course.
Maybe right here, but they still don't want to engage the fight. Here comes the fight here. Libo get assassinated by the member of Impunity. Injun's coming with the ultimate. This is going to be trouble for Munchi and the rest of the team. The extra life coming in, but they're going to go down still. That's the 3-for-0 trade for Impunity, and Impunity is going to use that momentum, try to get that high ground tower, and Nova got to be more careful here, or the game is going to go over for them.
Yeah, I think like Nova have been saving the energy for over 13 minutes, but by this action, by this decision making, I think they're making a little mistake, stepping too far away. They're still waiting for the items to be available, but I think it will be the end for Nova for this game. It will be a 2-2 tie in favor of their enemy. Let's congratulations to Impunity. Good one, good play.
Impunity, good play, nicely done with that composition. They really showed the aggressiveness, you know, using that top laner, using that Prince of Lani as a support, putting an extra pressure on Nova Esports, and at the end of the day, you know, Impunity is gonna walk away in that round with the win.
I think we can like literally see the determination from Impunity once they have fixed their last choice as Prince of Lanling as a support. I think nicely chosen and well done. The performance is really good, and they really know how to use this kind of composition to win. And yeah, we have been casting these 2 teams for a long time. I think that these both teams both do well and excel at those very fast-paced composition. For example, like this one. And if they choose Garo or Lubu or this kind of very late game composition, I think that they will not have enough like confidence to make it to the final stage. They tried, they really tried, but yeah, I think it's very not that easy for them trying to make a win.
Yeah, I feel like their game style is more, you know, being more aggressive and try to end the game early, maybe around the 12 minutes, 13 minutes. But moving into those late game is gonna be a challenge, you know, for both teams. Maybe it's gonna challenge for Nova Esports. As you mentioned, in the second round, they had that advantage in the early game, but it really crumbles down in the late games, and they just face a vast amount of challenge towards the late game.
I mean, for Nova, they're holding it up there for 13 minutes. They have been saving all their talent and ability and energy for that final moment. And they found a chance. They find X Hero, they find Ma Yi, but unfortunately the damage is just slightly not enough, like a little bit insufficient to kill it once. So that will be the other chance to your enemy, like Impunity found the chance going around and circle you up and have an ace and finally get to the base.
Definitely. I feel like that Prince Alani did a lot of work.
Yeah.
Providing vision for the members and Impunity and really put pressure. When you see that, that marks on your head, that Prince Alani is nearby and you just get so nervous. So I feel like, for Nova Esports, they were facing the pressure and Impunity actually putting a stop to their winning right there, tying it up 2v2. That's going to be another exciting battle. Next one is going to be another electrifying battle in the next phase.
Of course. And this will be the 4th game for these two teams, which means that they'll be fighting for the match point, right? Together. And there's a lot of very good combos has already been used by both teams. For example, Zhao Huajun and Ma Yi, they have been used by both teams, and Gong Sunli all used up, which means that we're gonna be probably see those less popular heroes happening down there for us to watch.
Yes.
Maybe Meng Ya.
Yes. I'm also really excited too for seeing these new heroes adding into the mix. Yeah, like you mentioned, Meng Ya, and also Meng Tian is not even being used yet.
Yeah, Meng Tian is available all the time, but no one chooses it.
Yeah. I feel like they're missing out on these heroes, but also Ata haven't been choosing yet. So there's a lot of choices, and also I'm waiting for Ma Chao to show up. So these heroes are up for takes, and I hope to see them in this next matchup or match 5, match 6, hopefully the ultimate battles. Yeah, let's see. And your MVP is gonna be Megumi with that 128 KDA, and this man was just all over the place, being really, really busy, as you mentioned, where he just running around the map, providing the visions for his teammates.
Like early on, I can see where Impunity want to do. They're shifting the Zhao Huajun down there, and this will be like a death blade for Nova. There's nowhere to go. There's no way they can survive under this kind of pressure. And Impunity continue to build this kind of snowball to their side. And yeah, this is a very wonderful winning. Good victory.
And this is the last battle here, and Libu was just getting picked off, and their frontliner goes down, and you have the Injun ultimate coming in, and look at that initiation from Zhao Huajun and the rest of the members of Impunity, and they just put the the nail down on the hammer on the nails, and shutting down Nova Esports just like that. And Nova Esports really hold on to the very end, but it wasn't enough. And they almost, if they can hold on just a little bit more, I feel like they do have a chance. But Impunity really accelerated the game and ended the game early.
I think for today's matchup, it's a grand final, so we expect to see something really, really fun, something really, really exciting. And right now, 2-2 tie, we have a very high possibility to see all the games, maybe game 7. And since we do not have the ultimate battle here, so game 7, they will still be applying the all-round BP for both teams, and which means that game 7 will be extremely hard to pick those heroes because your hero pools will be strictly limited. So let's see who and what they have prepared for the next round of the battles. And I would say that personally, I really think that Impunity did a great job, because by the time that the 3rd game finished, I really think that maybe they're gonna be collapsing, because you have just won a very difficult victory, but you got defeated so easily in the next game. I am a little bit afraid or worried for them. Maybe they're losing their mentality or losing their confidence. But yeah, quite surprisingly, they choose a very aggressive composition and did really, really well in the early game.
Yeah, Infinity is really known for their aggressions.
Yes.
And you can see that in this 4th round. They just, use that Prince of Lining pick, and wow, look at those damages coming out of those teams. Everybody has damage, and they're just really going in fast and furious and just all in, all damage, and I feel like they don't even have a frontliner. They only have Zhao Huaizhen as a frontliner,
Yes.
and he was absorbing pretty much all the damage, and having the Mai Yi and having the Prince of Lining to do the cleanups and perfectly executed Impunity. There we go. I feel like, they do have a potential to win against Nova, maybe in this next round.
Yeah. For those very good and popular heroes, I think Nova still have Sunbin. They can pair this Sunbin with a Ata. This will be making them a very good pair, a very good composition to start with. And for Impunity, I think, the Marksman, they still have a lot of very good combos. And let's see what will be their choices, their final choices. And from now on, 5th game, I think whoever stayed on the red side will be much more favored, because you can use the rest of your hero pools to counter whatever your opponents get. For example, Impunity.
Definitely.
And let's see what will be the first choice.
And Nova Esports just banning out Taijin
Yeah,
every
of
single
course.
round. I have noticed, don't want that Megumi to pick up on that Taijin, and that Xiao is gonna be banned out too, and following by Luna.
Oh, Luna, that's a target man.
Yeah, I feel like Luna, they banned it to target Air.
Air have
Luna
been played Luna once, and
Once,
managed to win
and
at that time.
manage 100% winning rate, and Impunity is gonna take away maybe Kaiser, taking away Kai for their first pick. And let's see what he's gonna pick as he's hovering up in the air right now, trying to make the decision, and he's gonna lock it in. That very tanky hero, and as you mentioned, Shunbin is out on for picks, so they're gonna have that Shunbin and Xiaohodun combo for Nova Esports.
Very solid pick. And I fear nothing for Impunity. Like, Kai is a good choice. You can always try to find another soldier to pair with this Kai. Guan Yu will be okay. Or Mai Yi, okay. But Mai Yi and Byron are used, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mai is already used for Impunity, and they have, different options. X heroes still have
again.
Yes, Cheyenne. Surprisingly, I feel like Cheyenne is all. I feel like this hero became the meta pick in this KAW.
Yeah.
Instead of using Sanchi or using different kind of support heroes, they prefer using Cheyenne, because Cheyenne's ultimate provides physical defense and also magical defense, and also at the same time is gonna heal you and all of the members.
Very simple, but very useful, I think, as a support. You always need this kind of healing to trying to give your marksman a better environment to do the damage. And Kansuruyu again. Okay.
Yes, Kansuruyu is gonna be going out for Nova Esports. I feel like Kansuruyu's damage is gonna be coming in the mid game, and also the late game. So the early game is gonna be a little bit difficult for Nova Esports here for Kansuryu. So let's see what Impunity reply. But
this game will be quite long. By simply watching this hero they pick, I think both teams are trying to grab those very late game insurance heroes, so that they can just simply rely on getting farming up and just compete for a victory in the late game team fights. Who will be the marksman for Up? Because
marksman
Up is the core. It's the core for Impunity. Core's player. Garo is taken away. Alexio is available.
They still have Hoi available, but it might be a little bit risky. But I feel like Hoi, only Impunity is using Hoi for this entire time for the KAW. So, and they've been using Hoi pretty well as pairing up with Main, also pairing up with Cheyenne. So there's might be a possibility, Up is going for Hoi, but he still have other options as well.
Let's see. Like for Hoi, maybe that the range is quite short, because they have the Sunbin, they will just vanish in front of you. Oh, Mulan, I like this. I like these choices. All right, Mulan and Kai.
And Dian Jet may be the ADC here, and they're gonna lock it in. And you're gonna see the warrior combo of Mulan and Kai for those jungle and top laners.
Moishanui as the last pick from Nova. Okay, I think Nova is picking a quite dangerous composition because if you are picking Mai, you are definitely gonna be making those advantages in the early phase of the game, or otherwise you're losing your mid wave, you're losing the ability to clean the wave, you're losing a lot of vision. So Mai is a completely different hero comparing with, for example, Zhao Jun or Shen Mengxi. He's a assassin, and what like Mai should be doing is that you will be constantly looking for chances or opportunities on the side lanes. And for this one, I think that if consider you want to play safe on the bottom, I think Ian should be going to the top, helping Charlotte to create some pressure, some stress for to X hero. If they can pick up some kills over there on the top side, I think Nova will start to find the weakness from Impunity. Or otherwise, if they are playing this safe and sound, playing it as peacefully, I don't think that's a good strategy if you're picking this kind of hero.
Yeah, I feel like their top is going to be the biggest weakness or the best weakness they try to go for, because, DNJ is going to be hard to gank. With that second ability on DNJ is going to have that Purify effect. So having that Mai Shinui, try to make a opening, try to go for the X hero as much as possible, and might be creating a weakness for Impunity side. So I want to see how Nova Esports is going to deal with this. They're going to lose that mid lane priority because they got Shamonshi. They're going to have that rotation faster than Nova Esports. So, those bottom lane is going to feel the pressure from Shamonshi. So, Nova, Mai Shinui, she has to go top to do something to X hero to gain that advantage for Nova Esports.
I think the rotation from Mai Shinui will be the pace wherever like Mai goes. The pace will follow, and Impunity have to be extra careful for this. Like every single member should give the rest of the team the information where Mai is going. And right now, Impunity is getting some vision here, getting invaded into the blue, and using the smite, successfully stealing this blue away.
Getting that blue invasion in the early game. Impunity actually getting the first blue of the Nova Esports side, and wow. Already Impunity showing the aggression in the early games.
This is another benefit if you're using like Shen Mengxi to counter Mai, because you clean the wave much faster than Mai. That's the reason why their jungler can invade into Nova's blue instead of being invaded back. So mid-wave priority is very, very important in this current meta.
Yes, once you get that mid lane priority, you're able to help your teammates more, and you're gonna have higher chance of getting that river control as well. And once you gain that river control, you're gonna have a higher chance of getting the Tyrant, getting the Overlord, and really turn this game into your favor.
If like Impunity can continue to do so, getting the 3 lanes in a winning situation, I think this game will be very easy for them. Just farming up, and engaging the team fights, and that's all.
Yes, I'm waiting for Nova to really get those burst damage available, so they can burst damage, getting the kill instantly on Shamanshi or DNJ. I'm looking at Charlotte here. I'm looking at Mai Shinui here. If they can get that burst damage available to do those assassinations to the back row.
Charlotte versus Mulan. Now, since Mulan can get to level 4 getting the ultimate, I think it will be okay. He can just simply using the heavy blade mold and trying to clean the wave under turrets is safe enough.
Yes, definitely. The heavy mode is going to provide a lot of immunity on the damage. It's also provide a lot of reductions on those damages too. So they're pretty much trading blow to blow at the top. Not much is going on. Charlotte against Mulan, and we might see a help from the jungler Kai going up there, but right now both teams, no first blood yet. They're really being super cautious on both sides.
It's surprising to see that like Yun stick into the mid for a very long time. That's the reason why we didn't even see the first blood being spawned, because like Mai is not moving anywhere. He's not making rotations. He stays in the mid all the time trying to clean the wave, competing with Shen Mengxi.
Yes, I think feel like Mai Shinui,
she's just not moving again.
She need to keep the ball rolling. You know?
Yeah.
If you're playing as Mana, you have to keep the rhythm and try to go for those gank as much as possible and really go for those flanks. But the mid lane priority definitely is going to go to Shamonshi, and Shamonshi is really using that advantage, just rotating into the bottom lane and try to gain an advantage over the farms lane for up.
They're choosing another way. Instead of setting this Mai up to the front, they're letting the Charlotte go back to the mid and trying to like create some skirmish. That's also okay, but I think Impunity knows what they're doing, and right now they're making quick rotation back to the bottom, 4 versus 2. But the waves
here
are
comes
clean.
the teleportation coming from Charlotte. Charlotte's going to be coming down. It's going to be a 5v4 situation, but maybe Mulan should come, but it was too late. If he arrived through the same, it's going to be too late, and Kai is going to go down. That first blood is going to go to Nova Esports.
Yeah, that's the same problems. If you want to make a under turret like action or killing, you have to pay attention to your wave. And just now, the waves are already cleaned by Nova. That's the reason why the members are there, but they cannot just travel under the tower because no one wants to show this tower aggro.
Yes, and that kill is going to go to Nova Esports, and also gaining that Tyrant in the main process here, and Nova Esports gaining that small goal advantage and also getting that top kill on the Clash lane.
Oh, something happened on the bottom. One last hit from Kansuryu getting the kills.
That projectile coming from Kansuryu is going to land him the kill, getting that kill on that Cheyenne. And yeah, I feel like Nova Esports is doing really well on the bottom lane, and Kansuryu, you know, his damage is going to be online pretty soon, earlier than I expected.
They're just waiting for the right moment to take the tier 1 turret in the bottom and started to go inside the red. And once, this is the very first time they do the invasion to the red buff, and I think from now on they will continue to do so.
Yes, I have to agree. They have that timer, you know, timer on that respawn, and they might go for it as they already have that successful first try, getting that red, and Kansuryu is going to get really comfortable really soon. And that's Sunbin.
And because of the help of Sunbin, they can travel like even more faster into the jungle and goes back again. It's very hard to catch.
Yes, but here's reply from Impunity. They really want to do something in the mid lane too, but right there, the top battle is going to be going on. Mulan getting extremely low, so he has to back off. And yeah, Charlotte just trading blows on the top 1v1 against Mulan. The battle was so close.
Because like X0 got killed once up in the top just now, so that Shen is leading in the gold and the level. There's no way that X0 can do this solo fight winning because they're losing in their personal gold and personal farming. So this is very essential. When you're doing 1 versus 1, whoever gets to be the winner will tend to win all the time because of that single solo kill. This is what makes solo kill so important. You're always behind your enemy.
You're going to have that domino effect that every single time you go into that solo kill, you're going to have that higher winning rate every single time. So there's going to be a lot of pressure for X-Hero. Try to win that lane back.
Like for me, I think Impunity, the top lane are collapsing right now because there's no way that Mulan can do those 1 versus 1 to Charlotte. He have always given up those priority to clean the lane just like this. Like Shen clean the wave and Mulan comes after because he cannot like just clean the wave before Charlotte. He was afraid being ambushed in the bush or something. So you're losing the priority on the top lane, which means that if the rest of the team are engaging, you will be late, like spend more time than your enemy. And the rest of the team will not just force into the team fights. It's like a butterfly effect.
That's right, exactly. You know, you're going to arrive into that party pretty late, you know, into that party, and then you're going to see all your teammates
falling down.
Already left the scene, falling down, and you're going to be asking them, you know, like, why weren't you there for me? Apparently, you know, you're gonna, you know, Mulan's gonna miss out on that text message. You know, why wasn't you there? Everybody just left the party, but you just arriving to the scene. So, yeah, it's gonna be a butterfly effect. If Nova Esports keep this pressure up here, we might see a fight happening as that Vanguard is in mid lane, but nobody's making a move right now. Nobody want to engage. just right here, coming to engage, coming from my Shinui, but nothing is happening yet for both sides.
I think for this composition, just after the BP, we assume that this game will be long because take a look at the supports, like Sunbin versus Taiyan. It's going to be a very long game. They're competing the healing effect at the late game. But, like, yeah, I couldn't tell the difference, like, which will be stronger at the late game. I think, yeah, they both have their shining spots, like Taiyan and Sunbin. I couldn't even name one, which one will be stronger.
I feel like, for the moment, I feel like for the short moment,
yeah,
Shunbi might be a little bit better, but in the long term, Cheyenne definitely, because Cheyenne is gonna be like a moving fountain in the late game.
Yes.
Yeah, and providing those heals. So let's see what's gonna happen here. The Tyrant already getting really, really low is gonna go to Impunity, and Shunbi almost getting taken out. But he managed to survive here, and the gauge, the turnaround damage is gonna be coming back from Nova. Nova tried to go in for the kill, but everybody was so low, and Maishinui tried to go in by himself, and he's gonna get taken out, and Impunity gaining a little bit edge over the Nova Esports here in that team fight.
I mean, like, the positioning from Nova is really good. We can see, like, Charlotte completely circle up, rounded into the back of the Impunity squad, but, like, it's completely solved by Taiyan's ultimate, right? The damage are completely soaked up by Taiyan's healing, and it's working right now. They're sticking together as a circle, and every single damage on them will be healed back. Again, Charlotte is doing whatever he can do,
Charlotte,
but
maybe he's gonna go down.
Wow.
That DNJ has so much damage right now, and I feel like nobody can take DNJ down at the moment. They need to have at least 2 members or 3 members just getting that damage out. Because you're gonna have that healing effect from Cheyenne, so it's gonna be really difficult for them.
Obviously, I think this moving fountain, it's showing its like usefulness. It's been so effective every single team fights. Like, he's healing continuously again and again to his teammates. Like, Shen is doing everything he can do. Like, get closer to the backline using the ultimate and the passive at 1 second.
But landing that ultimate mobility, and also Maishinu is able to take out X-Kero. So this might be a turnaround here. Here comes Nova Esports and the rest of the members, and they will gain up on that Tyrant, and they're able to secure that Dark Tyrant because X-Hero was being taken out.
Who's gonna be the winner for this one still stays in the mystery to me. I think, yeah, they both stand shared, like, possibility to win, and they're competing the late game team fights, and each team have their strong suits. Especially for Impunity, like, this Taiyan's ultimate, it's very hard.
It's gonna be insane to take him down.
It's insane.
And also that solo kill coming from Maishinui here, using that fan, engaging in with that first ability and getting that stun knockup on that Mulan. And as you mentioned, it's gonna be really difficult matchup. It's, whoever gonna win is still up in the air right now. So, DNJ, as long that damage keeps up for DNJ and that healing keeps up for Cheyenne, it's gonna be really, really difficult for Nova. But if Nova is able to burst damage and kill that DNJ, it's gonna be better for Nova having a fighting chance against Impunity.
And what is really troubling for Nova is that Megumi has paired himself up with a Purify. So the main purpose from now on, their goal is to make Megumi use a Purify and go back again and waiting for the next round of the cooling of their abilities. Alright, they want to force all the ability, all the damage they have to take this kill. And they do it, and the next round will be to the bottom lane, maybe? But the Overlord is ready.
Yes.
Yeah, but the Overlord is available right now for them. Want to go deeply?
They want to keep going, and look at that aggressiveness coming from Nova Esports. And they want to go after that red and keep pushing to the bottom here. They might go a little bit too deep here as Maishinui gets taken extremely low. They might want to back off because the Overlord is already really at, as you mentioned, but here is Mulan just sticking it out there, providing surveillance for Impunity on that Overlord.
They definitely could have just went directly for this Overlord. If they do, they have already got the Overlord. And right now, Yes has already been revived again, and there's no way they can fight for this Overlord. I was wondering what are they expecting if they're moving like towards the bottom side, and yeah, the only thing is that maybe they want to control, keep like invading this red. But if you're comparing the importance of a red with a overlord, I think the overlord is more important at this point.
Definitely, I do have to agree. You know,
Yeah.
the red against the overlord. Overlord is gonna have more pushing power,
Of course.
and the red is gonna provide a simple buff. And with that, yes, coming back into the matchup, it's gonna be harder to regain that control of the overlord. But they're still fighting over it. They're not letting it quit here. Overlord getting extremely low.
Oh,
Who's gonna
Jit
get
gets
it?
it.
And that's gonna be Dean Jet, and the healing is gonna come in from Cheyenne, and the battle is gonna be happening. Nobody gets taken down, and Nova just lost that overlord in that process.
I think frankly, Nova just lost a great opportunity to like be the master of this game, because they lose the chances to be the master of this overlord. And right now they're looking at Impunity using this overlord, trying to make their wave going deeper, and they have to defend their towers. But one weakness from their composition is that like Mai Shenui is not that type of hero who is famous for cleaning the waves, right? So they definitely need the wave to distract Impunity, because Impunity are sticking together as a circle, 5-0 formation. It will be better if they have the overlord. So it all comes to why do you go to the red instead of the overlord? It will be a bad result for it.
Yes, and they might be paying for that result here, as they want to go for those team fights. But they have to be careful there. If they lose this team fight, they potentially could lose the game here.
Of
If
course.
everybody goes down, and they're going to end up with the ace, but they're still going with the aggression here. And wow, they're really aggressive. But here, Impunity is pushing it back. Charlotte goes in. And the burst damage is going to be happening for Nova Esports. Getting the damage on up. Wow, this is going to be good for Nova. Nova's members are still standing.
Charlotte is
getting
winning
4
for the
kills.
triple kill
And
again.
That's going to be an ace. Triple kill, quadra kill for Charlotte. And wow, and Nova Esports just showing really a lot of aggression, and their burst damage is going to be enough to take down.
I think they're waiting
rest of
for
the
the
members.
waves. They're waiting for the waves, and it will take to complete around 20 seconds for Impunity's member to be revived again, and the waves
feel
are
like
approaching.
Nova already got this game in
Yes.
the bag, and they do not have the time to come back into the battlefield. And congratulations to Nova Esports for taking the 5th round of the game.
Match point. Match point. That's a huge lift, like uplifting game to win, because you're getting one step closer to become the final champion. As a team, Nova Esports using this kind of composition to win. And from the last team fights, I think what they do really, really great is that they are waiting for the next round of their abilities. They are not forcing at once. They're not giving everything they got in the very first phase of the team fights. They're waiting for the cooldown of their abilities, and they're sending Charlotte as a back like destroyer. And once Charlotte got it, 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kills, and quadra kill at last. It's very, very like wow, astonishing
Yes, we
to
have
see.
to take a replay into that last battle and the details of Charlotte. You know, everybody just waiting for the right moment to pop in, and that's exactly what they did there. Mai Shenui went in, Charlotte went in, and it was a chaos, and everything just collapses over.
They are waiting. They're waiting for the moment where Taiyan's ultimate like stopped, finished, and that's the correct moment for them to dive in, to use all of their bursting damage and get the damage right on target. Smart
and
move.
up went down pretty
Smart
fast.
move.
And
Smart move.
once up went down, I realized the rest of the group just can't handle the pressure coming from Nova Esports, and the rest of the member falls as well.
And for Impunity, I think, the losing this game will be quite like destroying their mentality, right? Because you're so close to win, and they got a lot of chances to be the winner. They have taken control of the Overlord. They have just started trying to pace up, but got complete stop by the final team fights.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Nova Esports really done it well in that last team fight. They were able to get the priority targets really well. You know, up was just can't face so much burst damage. Even with Cheyenne's abilities and healing abilities, they weren't able to stop the burst damage coming from Mai Shinui and Charlotte. And as you mentioned, as soon as Cheyenne's ultimate or healing get stopped, it was just game over.
They're just waiting for that ultimate, for that lullaby to end.
That flute to end. And also, congratulations for Nova Esports. And that's going to be match point for Nova Esports. So, that's going to be another pressure going into Impunity.
Of course. Because Nova was the first team to make it to the grand final. They performed so well in the winners bracket and get a 3-0 right against RTZ. So they're the very first game make it to the grand final. No matter they have well prepared, they have more time to do the homework. They have more time to trying to come up with better compositions that to come up with better solutions when it comes to how to play this BO7. And obviously, Nova is doing such a great job today. The first game, they won it quite quickly, I would say. And the second one, they got completely turned over by Impunity, but they recovered themselves quite quickly and won the third one, even with faster speed. And one of another, and right now Nova had approached their match point, and I think they're fully ready for the next round.
That's right. And Impunity, they still have a chance here. They have to come back into this matchup, as this matchup is going to be a lot of pressure for them. If they lose this, they're going to lose the entire match, and the game is going to go to Nova Esports. So, Nova Esports, on the other hand, they're going to try their best of winning this next match point as well. And maybe they do not want to drag this battle out into the ultimate battle.
For this one, I think X Hero, I really need to stand up for a little bit, because everything happens from the minute that this Mulan got killed on the top. We've explained this in the game, that if you're losing one lane of the priority, you're losing a lot of initiation, you're losing a lot of activeness. And that's the reason why they kept losing the follow-up team fights. And the MVP goes to Nova Shen, who gets 4 kills. Quadra kill.
Wow.
Very cool.
That quadra kill in the last battle was super intense. And what that damage did, over 20%, 20.6% to be exact. And the man went in at the right timing. And even though, there's a lot of tower dive happening, as you mentioned, Nova Esports was handling the match really, really well, shutting down those dives. And at some point, I almost thought Impunity really had this game. I feel like if they can really survive till the end. But hey, Nova Esports here in this final battle here. Come and look. You're going to see that ultimate coming from Cheyenne.
Yep.
It's going on. And once that stops, boom. Look at that Charlotte coming in. The Mai Shinui coming in. Up, fall down. The rest of the members fall down. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill. The next moment you know it, the game is over. It happened in a split moment. And wow, Impunity just got taken down just like that.
Well, that highlight clip is really, really cool. But waiting for that ultimate to end and boom, diving into the crowd and getting the triple kill first, and gradually using the first ability to stick to the Shenmengxi, even though Shenmengxi used the second ability to speed up and using the flash trying to get away, but couldn't escape.
Wow, I feel like that last battle was like a revenge battle of what Marco Polo did to them in the third matchup, second, third matchup. So it's almost the same thing, but it's coming from Nova this time. So it's really exciting to see these two teams going toe to toe, neck to neck. These battles are so close right now. So in this next battle, we're gonna see more of that, and I'm just really curious to how many choices they have left for the VP and for the composition.
Yeah, it's sort of like a deja vu for me, because yesterday I was casting Impunity's game versus RTZ, and it's the same. They are losing, and their opponent RTZ is getting to their match point. But surprisingly, Impunity got two scores back, and it's a 3-2 and make it to the grand finals. So I was wondering if Impunity can still do the same. I mean, it's they have to push them to their limits, and boom, finally their potential will be exploded. So maybe Impunity will finally give up that final shot by this one through this game.
Yes, hopefully they can do it again, just like what they did yesterday in those matches against RTZ. And hopefully Impunity can do it again. And we are going into our sixth game of the BP phase. And Nova just gonna continue banning out that Tai General. And wow, I feel like Megumi every single time he cannot get that hand on that Tai General.
Yep. This Taijin will be kept banning away all the time.
Wow.
And Zhang Fei is also eliminated.
Yeah, also getting banned out as well. And Ganjan getting banned out.
Who's going to be the first pick? Mei. Yep.
Maybe Nova's going to prioritize on that main. I feel like we're going to see Alexio coming up or something.
Alexio, Lady Sun, and Kia are all available, right? Oh no, Kia is not. But Lady Sun and Alexio is.
And yes, so those might be the priority choices for Nova for their ADC to pick. But here, Impunity, X0 try to go with Xiang Yu as a top laner, and Yezi gonna pick up that Jane maybe. They're thinking about it, locking it down already. So we're gonna see those combos. The jungler and the top laner already get picked up by Impunity.
Let's see who's gonna be the last. Oh, okay. Following pick, Luna. Will it be finalized? Luna got banned in the last match, right?
Hey!
Meng Tian.
Good one. Speaking of the devil, Meng Tian is gonna be in the mix. And wow, that Meng Tian is gonna provide a lot of tankiness in the front line, using those soldiers, like creating a wall between Nova and Impunity. That's gonna be a lot of protection coming in from Nova Esports there.
All right. Okay, because they're making those miracle hero happening again. Megumi.
Wow. Yeah, I feel like Guigu's is a good pick because since they choose main, so main and their ADC is gonna be pretty much together all the time. So it's gonna have a higher chance.
Yes.
Using that second ability on Guigu's to initiate on those two heroes. And let's see what happens. If they can get the jump on Nova Esports, I feel like Impunity is gonna have that, preemptive strike in the beginning of the battle.
And it's more like the fourth one where they use Prince of Lightning as a support. Like you're pushing them into the corner, and they finally use some of the secret weapon they've been hiding a long time, and Guiguzi will be one. I always think like Guiguzi is those very high risky and high rewards hero, because if you played it so well, that huge and sudden initiation cannot be avoided simply by Nova's heroes. But if you use a flash getting into the crowd, but unfortunately you miss your target, you are just simply basically giving your life to your enemies. It's that easy.
Pretty much. Pretty much. You have to time it right, man. You just can't go in, and you have to trade your life for a better purpose. So you have to use that second ability at the right time, possibly getting 3 or 4 enemy, or even 5 enemy. That's gonna be your best shot of getting them group up and using that second ability to provide that CC for your team. So it's gonna be really hard for this Megumi to go in, because they got Luna is gonna be hard to catch.
Yes.
But we're gonna see that maybe the father and son combo coming out of Nova Esports here.
Even though that this Xiao Qiao and Guiguzi are quite unusual, but I really like the CC chains coming from their abilities. So I hope to see those team fights where their CCs will be hugely connected with one another. Just to imagine that Guiguzi used the flicker with the second ability and get into the crowd and successfully got 3 or 2 members, 2 enemies, and followed by Xiao Qiao's wind. Wow, and the ultimate, just imagine that bursting damage. Is this real? Is this serious? Oh, okay, it's finalized.
Yes, it's finalized. And here, it's gonna go with Hoi. Wow, that's gonna, he might be really vulnerable to a lot of damages, but I feel like, as long as they do the initiation right, you get the initiation from Hoi.
Of course.
You have the initiation from Guiguzi. You have the initiation coming from X-Hero, Xiang Yu at the top lane. So there's a lot of initiation here on Impunity side. The question is, how can they use it effectively against Nova Esports towards this kind of certain composition?
You know, by picking this kind of composition, there's one sure thing is that Nova have to use Purify as their skills. Maybe Lucy and Hui together, they have to pair themselves with a Purify. Okay, it's like 2 Purify, and Yan also have used a Purify to try to protect him. Because usually, like, Hui will use the ultimate as a blind hit, right? It will aim into the mid lane, so the mid laner will be extremely dangerous. So Yan is using this Purify. Very good, very smart choices, or otherwise will be the target all the time. Oh, it's very hard to choose. Like, which composition do you like prefer? It's very hard to choose for me.
Wow. It's really hard to choose either, because like Impunity over here, they got a lot of initiation going on, and those initiation, we're gonna be follow up by another initiation. So you're gonna see a series of CCs here. But over on Nova Esports, they got the more damage over time. The DPS is gonna be higher over here on Mengya, and the in and out damage coming from Luna is gonna be devastating too. So let's see if they can initiate this battle good enough for Impunity. If Impunity get the first jump, then yes, Impunity does have the upper hand. But Nova Esports here, they got the burst damage coming from Luna. They got the overall damage, continuous damage coming around from Mengya as well. So it's gonna be really difficult choice to choose over these two compositions, as Guiguzi getting the attack on 2 different members of Nova here, and Engine already go down. First blood is gonna go to Impunity.
Yeah, because Ian used the Purify, so he has to be extra careful when it's finishing and trying to clean the waves. Because like Xiao Xiao, when it gets to level 2, those CC, those damage will not be well handled by Engine starting from level 2. And they also have Guiguzi with a flicker, so yeah, Ian really need to step back for a little bit. And Nova, like Air, is shouldering for a lot of stress, because for this game, the single game, they really rely on this Luna to like continue to do those damage when they are engaging. They're engaging in team fights. So yeah, Air is facing a lot of challenges. You never want to underestimate the CC chains from Hui and Xiao Xiao and Guiguzi as well.
It's gonna be really scary.
Yeah,
it's gonna be really scary, those CCs. And I feel like Ian right now, he's really squishy in the early game. In Jun, if you get caught in those CCs, he's gonna go down just like that. But right now, I feel like he smells trouble, so he's hiding under the towers right now, as you can see.
Wow. It's really surprising to see like Impunity actually have this hidden strategies prepared for the final, because it's the very first time we have like witnessing and watching the BO7, and it will be the first time for Up to play. Oh no, Hui has they have used Hui for 5 times and winning for 4 times. Very high winning rates.
Yes, and right here, everybody just being so cautious. And Xiao Xiao over here is going to be a little bit more aggressive, as, Impunity already got the first blood, so they can be a little bit more aggressive over Nova Esports, getting that River Sprite in the mid lane. And that bird is going to be a hit. Maybe not. It's going to be a hit on Muntian, but it's not going to do so because Muntian is behind their territory. He's going to be safe in those areas.
But just see the angle. Like, Hui is definitely going to be aiming to the center point of the map, which will be the mid laner. So yeah, Yan will definitely gonna be pair this Purify. Yan.
That's right.
Wow.
Here's the flash coming out from. Oh, no flash actually. Guiguzi actually got the CCs on Muntian, but Muntian has to go back right now as he been taken extremely low. So now no battles yet coming from both sides.
Because it's really stressful in the mid, so Nova sent like Muntian down to the mid laner, help Engine to have the vision, help Engine to clean the wave together, and let Luna enjoying. Oh wow, this is a very good initiation coming from.
Initiation almost got the kill.
Almost.
But not quite. There's Muntian there, came to help. So yeah, Mengya is gonna remain alive for the moment.
But I think it's acceptable, because they have already forced the Nova like Yan, Lucy, and Hui to use the Flicker and the Purifies at the same time.
Exactly, and we're gonna see that teleportation coming in. Shangyu is gonna be on bottom, and I feel like they're gonna go for that invade into that red jungle as members of Impunity surrounding that and getting that red out of the Nova Esports jungle camp, and they're gonna leave it at that. They just want to get the red and leave. right away.
Oh,
Already
bottom
another
lane
fight.
still want to find some
Manya
chances
goes
here.
down.
Yeah, this is
And
what
the
I'm talking
initiation was
about.
good.
You need those minor advantages. You don't really need to kill every single time when you want to engage, but if you have made your enemy to use the Purify, which means the next round, the next 2 minutes, you can still find some chances at the same spot. And for this one, like Impunity did it so well that they managed to take these 2 kills on the bottom lane.
Luna might be in trouble here, but still managed to get the kill out of Yeezy. And yeah, even though that Luna didn't get that blue, he was managed, their teammates were able to get that kill on Yeezy. That's another step up here, getting the first kill already. It's pretty late in the game, but still getting that kill is going to be working really much along with Nova Esports.
I mean, the only person who is very happy right now will be Up. This Hou-Yi is taking the fight and always enjoying the game and enjoying the waves down there. Another initiation from the second ability from Gui Guzi and managed to take Mengya very, very low.
Yes, and Mengya gets taken out. But also Xiao Chao here and Megumi get taken down. The battle's going to be still happening. And Muntian goes down. And also Hui goes down as well. Wow, that's going to be a 3-for-2 trade for Impunity. Impunity on top right now on the kill counts, 6 versus 3.
The reinforcement went very quickly from the side of Impunity.
Yes.
Just by the second that Impunity want to do something on the bottom, and the rest of the teammates are rushing to the bottom and trying to clean the rest of the team fights for their teammates. Revenge.
Yes, this Guiguzi is doing a lot of work, providing the initiations, and also you got the shot caller, the up, using that ultimate on Hou-Yi to land that first initiation. That was amazing prediction coming from Hou-Yi.
Again.
Another one. Muntian, Mengya just facing the stun. And they were managed to get out of that one. Using the Purify, Mengya was able to avoid that gank from happening. And Impunity saw that happening, so they're going to back off for now.
I think Impunity want this to happen. The strategy from them are working right now. Wow, hiding the bush again, using the first.
Whoa, Luna!
They pushing away Luna. Luna was completely stormed up. There's
wow,
no minute
Luna.
he can do.
Yes, I agree. Luna just walked in straight into that bush, and without realizing that Megumi was there, using that CC right there. Another one, getting a hit on Muntian, and the back row is gonna be collapsing as 1 member goes down, 2 members goes down. That's gonna be a total of 3 members going down for Nova Esports. And Impunity is looking really good right now with those ganks.
I think Impunity, this chemistry is going on. Megumi played so well. Every engagement is well on target and is making Nova hard to breathe right now because they're waiting for the Purify, but there's too long for a time for them to wait for this Purify to be revived again. And the cores, the 2 backliners, are really, really hard to stay alive. This Mengya and Yingzhen, because without the flicker, they have no dash available, which means that they will be very easy to target.
Exactly, and yeah, those front lines, is gonna be really tough. Even though Muntian is the frontliner for Nova Esports, he only can do so much. He's pretty clumsy because his positioning is really, he's not really that mobile.
Yep.
And you have Yingzhen, no flash. When he gets caught, he's pretty much dead if he gets caught by the members of Impunity. So Nova Esports, they have to watch their positioning. They have to have a formation that's works out for them.
Oh,
Hou-Yi here in trouble as Luna go in for that kill, and that's gonna be Up. That's gonna be good. Ups goes down. Impunity, they might want to back off a second here.
Now this is a little minor mistake for Up. He went too far away from his teammates. There's no way the teammates can follow up and trying to protect him. And this is a very essential moment for Impunity because they were waiting for the Dark Tyrant and the Dark Overlord. But unfortunately, if Hou-Yi got killed once, they have to go back again and trying to farm up using their own resources, or otherwise they will be the one who is taking this Overlord with them right now.
Yes, Tyrant is going to be taken. It's going to go to Nova Esports. And Impunity just, arriving a little bit too late into the scenes. Or else they might get that Tyrant, also pick up some kill in the process. But right now, the goal count is pretty much even. Kill counts, in terms of kill counts, Nova, they're a little bit behind. But, Impunity still try to put pressure on them in this mid game.
I think Impunity still stand a greater, better chances to be the winner, but Nova should be waiting for the second chance like this. Like just now, they found Hoey lost in their own jungle, and they grabbed this chance. They want to at least make this kind of thing happen more times, like 2 times more. I think that will be Nova's turn trying to dominate the entire game.
Yes. Exactly. Nova really want to catch those small mistakes.
Again.
Right there. Manyak getting hit again. Using that Purify, he's able to get out. Hoey goes down again. Luna getting that kill. This battle might be going to Nova Esports' favor as Hoey goes down. And look at Shangyi is on the run. Shangyi is almost getting taken down solo, but he managed to get out alive. And the rest of the Impunity just running for their life as Hoey went out in the first battle.
Yeah, this is just a showing of why we call this Guiguzi as a very high risky one. You can make miracle happen, but sometimes if you found not the greatest angle, you might lose yourself and put yourself in danger. And like this, Guiguzi dives in, but Muzi used the Purify to go away, and Guiguzi has nowhere to go, and nobody can save him from the danger.
That's right, and you're gonna leave that ADC very vulnerable to a lot of attacks.
Yeah.
And Eric caught that and use it as to his advantage, and they're gonna have that mid torrent, try to take down that mid torrent as much as possible, but the minions is gonna get taken out, so they have to back off for now. But they have their eyes pretty much on that Overlord in that next battle. Let's see who is gonna get this Overlord in this first 10 minutes of the game. The Shadow Overlord is active, and wow, battle's gonna be happening pretty soon here.
Yeah, because of Hoey went down twice, and that gives the opportunity to Nova. They can take control of the river, and they can start using the ultimate from Engine to poke away those HP bars from Impunity, and which means that Nova will stand a chance, stand the initiative to get to this Overlord. And right now, I think they are still competing, trying to fight for this river vision. Very important.
Yes.
Hoey is waiting for the ultimate to be available again. Maybe using the ultimate shrine to initiate for one more time.
Trading some blows. Luna try to get some attack on Guiguzi and the rest of the member of Impunity, but they're gonna back up for now. They're just still waiting for the best time to go in. They're going to initiate on the Overlord, but it's gonna be really risky here as both teams are surrounding this Dragon Pit. Impunity just having their hands on the trigger, try to go in with those CCs, but I'm just waiting for the initiation coming from Hoey.
I mean, both teams are waiting for these initiations. Nova is getting ready. They have the Purify available. They're ready for the battle. They're waiting for the next round. And
wait, here comes Luna.
Oh,
Luna is managing the waves pretty much. So I feel like, Impunity, they need to send someone to manage the wave as well. Maybe Shangyi has to go, but if Shangyi goes, they're not gonna have that frontliner as tank.
Of course.
And I feel like, the game is gonna go to Impunity side. They gonna have a greater advantage towards the late games, as Luna gonna have that wave management better than Impunity.
Yeah, this move is really smart from Air, because you need, when you're sticking to a 5 versus 5 situation, you need to move further to the opposite lane, trying to push your lane further, which means that Impunity have to send someone to take care of the waves, and that will be the moment where you're completely outnumbering your enemy and you can take the Overlord. Very smart.
Yes, very smart play from Nova Esports side, and look at that. Luna already forced out the ultimate from Yezi, so Yezi Impunity Jing won't have that ultimate for the next battle. That might be a chance for Nova to strike back.
It's a very traditional way in MOBA games, using the for one formation to come against 5-0 formation. It always works. Always work. Sometimes when you are facing a dilemma, you have to make a choice for your enemies. You create a dilemma for them to choose, whether they want to come front or otherwise. Okay.
Yes, look at that initiation. But all those initiations is gonna be on Muntian. Muntian just soaking up the damage, and he's not gonna go down. So yeah, Muntian pretty much soak up all the damage for Nova Esports, and Impunity has to back up here. The initiation wasn't successful, so they're gonna try it again in the next one battle.
Yeah, I think Montian is a very well-rounded hero because he has a damage deduction on his own, built inside as a passive. When he has the ultimate, he'll be extra tanky. And not to mention, he has a very high basic like damage built inside. So this hero can be either a warrior or a tank, depending on what your composition really needed. So very, very powerful hero. Very popular one.
All right. Howie is not at the battle, but Howie is arriving at the party in the background. Here goes the initiation. Muntian goes down. Muntian gets hit by multiple projectiles of Impunity's skills, and he's just gonna go down. He's gonna get focus fire, and wow, Impunity gaining that Dark Tyrant in the process. That's gonna be a lot of buff coming out of Impunity for this next battle.
I mean, it's like a roller coaster to this game. Okay, another Flicker wanted to make sure that the backliner cannot get closer to this waves, so which means that waves cannot be cleaned. They can take 2 turrets in 1 roll.
And also, they got 2 Purify out of that. I feel like that's pretty worth it, you know?
Such a income.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, you know, for this next 2 minutes, it's going to be really dangerous for Injun and Mengyan as they do not have those Purify ready. They got to be extra careful on those, you know, enemy initiations coming in from Howie, coming in from Guiguzi. And they might just want to, you know, take a step back here and regroup as much as possible. Oh, here, Luna getting caught. This might be trouble for Luna, but Luna managed to escape with half HP left.
And already have dressed himself with a Sage Sentry, another life, which means that the basic core from both teams are well farmed up, like better prepared, with full 6 items ready for the next battle.
Right there,
again,
initiation.
it's Luna.
Luna getting caught, but Luna's gonna have that resurrection, but he still managed to get alive, so he's gonna save that resurrection for later. And wow, the prediction coming from up, you know, is really coming in handy here.
Very precise.
And the final items, is being finalized here. Everybody getting their items, and it's gonna be a, you know, end game pretty much in a moment here.
Wow, Impunity is really resilient, like teams. You can never easily destroy them, no matter what it's your match point or otherwise. You got a very good composition. They can always just strike back using their own way. I mean, this composition, they played it really well. I mean, a very good like teamwork are displayed by the entire game. Their performance.
The position coming in from Howie, the position coming in from the teamwork overall, they really are doing a great job with the coordination and also on the initiation on that. And as you can see, the Vanguards is already marching into their lanes, into the base as well. So, you know, Nova Esports is facing a lot of pressure. Angel's ultimate is not going to do a lot of damage. The tower is going to still go down. But Muntian flashed in to make the engagement happen. He's going to get focus fire. He's going to get taken out. And right there, wow. Nova still behind, and Impunity still giving them pressure on the bottom lane.
And I think Impunity is very decisive. They know what they want to do by the single act. They know that the only target and only goal for them is just to get this high ground tower and gone. They have to go because they're waiting for the next round of their ultimate. So they did it according to their plan, and they're moving as a team. And right now the Vanguards, they're using the Vanguard to get closer to the next high ground tower. And as long as Nova, I think Ian stays alive, they have engine, they will be able to safely guard their own territory. But if engine went down, I think it will be extra careful, extra dangerous. Okay,
yes,
using...
You're not going to have those AoEs to clear the lane. Yeah, engine goes down, pretty much your lane's going to be in trouble. You're going to see those minions popping into your base. But right now. In the meantime, Impunity's over here trying to get the Dark Tyrant going. Luna jumping in, trying to steal it, but gets taken out. And he's gonna have that resurrection, but it's not gonna be in time to come back.
It's not gonna be enough.
Too late. It's not gonna be enough. And right now we're seeing Impunity just using that super minion in the mid lane, try to go for that end game here pretty soon. The initiation, the birds coming in from Guiguzu as well, the initiation, but they have to back off. Engine is still alive. They still have a fighting hope here, but they managed to clear the waves?
Oh, small minion still alive.
Yes, small minion still alive, and Hoi's damage just went insane. And wow, Impunity got the win this time. Congratulations to them. That means we are going into the ultimate finals. The ultimate battle is going to be going on in the BO7.
I think Impunity really did what they did well is they know exactly what they have to do. So starting from the very first 4 minutes, once this Hoi has the ultimate, he have this little huge like Hulk flying around. He aimed like exactly at the mid lane, right? He was clear that who's gonna be the target, and Engine was exerting too much stress, which means that they have to send someone down to help Engine to opening up the vision, or otherwise there's no room to survive in the mid lane. So they set this Meng Tian way too soon back to the mid, which means that Meng Tian has no economy in the very early phase of the game. And yeah, and Meng Tian started to, and Meng Tian is the only like frontliner in this composition, which means that he will have to shoulder a huge responsibility to soak up those damage from Impunity. But because of those very low income, is no way to clean. So like Meng Tian went down that easily, and not to mention I think Megumi played very well every time he dive in using the flash, not only like forcing out the purify, or otherwise he actually aimed the target. It's very precise, and the team fight's just wonderful. It's very good and amazing to watch.
Definitely. You can see those CC combos really go up really nicely. You know, you have the CC combos from Hoi, from Guiguzu, and the follow-up from Xiao Chao. It was super devastating. And yeah, once that Meng Tian gets taken out, I feel like the rest of the team just, you know, collapse on Nova Esports. The only tank for Nova falls, and the rest are gonna fall like dominoes.
I think like what's even like worth mentioning is that Impunity, and because they are like 1 point behind, and they must be feeling extra nervous and be feeling more stressful, but they're doing this so well. They're handling this situation and this advantageous situation so well. They know exactly what they have to do. They're not rushing into anything. They know their target will be the high ground tower, so they save and waited for the dragons to spawn, and once they have the dragon, they take down the towers and goes back to half the tyrant. And once they have the maximum damage, they have the buff on them, they're just so determined to finish the game. There's no hush into anything, and they just smoothly get to this victory and make it to the final match.
That's right. And also you can see, you know, in the beginning, in the mid games, you know, Nova's coming back a little bit, using that Luna to get the kill on Hoi, but it wasn't enough. And constantly they were just getting gank, and Meng Tian was just getting taken out every single time in those battles. And eventually Impunity just, you know, ended up taking all the neutral objectives and really overpowering Nova at the end. And so definitely,
you can see from this like data board, like Luna only 15% of the damage dealt, and as the marksman, Meng Ya only 18%. So the reason why they only contributed such a very low data is because like Impunity, all the members who have these CC chains are creating such a hard environment for these two cores trying to deal the damage. There's no way. Once they want to do the ultimate, once they want to get into the fights, like there's always those CC saved for them entry. So it's very hard, especially for Luna. Every time I think like Luna wants to dive in, but there's some CC waiting down there. So once he get inside, he will be suddenly stunned up or knocked up, and there's nothing he can do. All right, the MVP, what do up?
Is gonna be up, yes. But that 25.2% damage dealt, and yeah, he was just doing all the initiations, using that Hawk, using it aiming at the mid lanes, creating a lot of CC's combos, for the rest of the team, the follow-ups coming in and creating a lot of hard time pretty much for Nova Esports. And right here, Manyak getting hit in the process. That's gonna force out his Purify every single time. And also, gaining the kill over Manyak pretty much every single time too. So
Yes.
yeah, a lot of pressure is coming in from Impunity's Megumi.
I can simply see those hard work from Impunity. They must have exercises this kind of composition for a long time. That every combo are like tightly connected with one another, and the rest of the teams are providing those vision for Hou-Yi all the time. Like Hou-Yi stays safe at the very back, and every member of their enemies are like lighten up. He just directly went for the target, and that's all, making this game very easy. So it's a result of a very good teamwork and collaboration.
That's gonna be a 3v3 here. So yes, we are moving into the final battles, which is gonna be a blind pick, and all those heroes are gonna be available. So I'm really curious to see what kind of composition and lineup are both teams going in this final battle in this BO7.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see another quite very interesting composition, because Impunity turned out to have a winning using a very special and like specially designed composition for themselves. And I was wondering who's gonna be the red side, because like Nova just now stayed on the red, and they have Luna like way too soon. I think like Luna is well targeted. They use those kind of CC chains hero who have a huge bursting damage, who has like Guiguzi have a lot of combo chains, so which means that Luna will have zero spaces trying to deal the damage. So which means that I think whoever got to the red will have more benefits and merits than the red side, than the blue side.
Definitely having those counter picks is gonna have a higher damage, have an advantage over blue side.
I mean, starting from yesterday, I found one truth that whoever stayed on the red will tend to be the winner, and this principle stay true again for this for today's matchups. It's surprising to see that whoever got into the red side tend to be the victorious part. So 6 game till now, whoever stayed on the red wins. It's amazing. I couldn't even believe this data, but it's true.
Wow. And I feel like Nova Esports is gonna stay in the red side for this next game.
I think so.
I feel like yes. And wow, this is gonna be a lot of pressure for both sides as we are moving into our final battles. And we're gonna see the previous lineups. They're not gonna be really good with those, but as we move into the final battles, all those heroes are gonna be unlocked. So they're gonna choose those heroes again if they want to.
And for Nova, for those of you who are not so familiar with the rules, we will explain a little bit more for you guys. And because whoever loses the former game will have the priority to choose their sides. So Nova lost in the previous match, so they choose to be on the red side for the 7th and the final one.
Yes,
that will make Nova to get to the red side.
On the red side for Nova, and yeah, I feel like the Nova is gonna have that, advantage. I feel like Nova on the red side. Red side has been winning so far, so why not Nova gonna choose the lucky red side for today's matchup?
Who's gonna be? What is gonna be the final composition? They have been went through a lot. It's champion from now, and our game starting from 7th. So which means that they have already concentrated to the maximum point, I think, for 3 hours. It's very exhausting, but you are preaching to your limit, and it will be the last match. So I really hope the best wishes for the team players and the coaches as well. I think this will be the only one game they have been expecting for over 6 weeks. So if you are attending to a event, to a tournament, all you want to do, the only target and goal for you is to become the champion. And right now you're standing at the same starting point, fighting for the final glory, only using one game. It will be the most important game ever within this nearly like one month and a half. So yeah, hopefully they can do it better and leaving them with no regrets. That will be very important.
That's right. We shall find out, and it has been a long journey for both teams.
Yes.
Now they're standing at the end of the game here. It's going to be a fighting chance. Whoever wins this final battle is going to be your winners for the KAW tournament, and we will find out who's going to be the winner and get their name embedded into the KAW history of the first season champion. Who is going to represent their team as the first season champion of the KAW? And I'm just super excited. I'm pretty sure the crowd is excited. And if we have the live crowd right here, they'll be screaming in the stadiums right now. And wow, I'm really looking forward to this final ultimate battle. And yeah, leave it on in the game. You know, no regrets. Just do your best.
I think if you are an Impunity fans, you'll be very lucky because they never let you down. So Impunity has went through a lot of ups and downs. They nearly got defeated yesterday, but they managed to make the miracle happen. And today they have already accomplished like half of the miracle. If they continue to win one more game, they will just strike to another hit in 2 days within 24 hours. They are like chasing up to their opponent and finally get to be the winner one. It's like a dream, you know.
Yeah.
You never imagine as a team you can do this kind of thing so well. And for Nova, as I previously said, I think Nova, especially in the early phase, like early 4 games, they performed better than Impunity because they should have won it as in the second round, right? It's the second game. So if they have already won the second game, I think probably our game and our match is going to be finished till now. So Nova, their mentality definitely is enduring some kind of trouble because like they're in their match point but got chased back by Impunity with this kind of very wonderful, amazing performance. So whether they can digest this kind of stress properly will be the question.
That's right, and we shall find out who is our final champion as we move into this final battle. And yeah, a lot of things going for Nova here, you know, coming into this matchup, and their mentality right now, they have to endure it somehow. They have to finish this match as they are just so close to that championship, but yet so far. They want to win this final matchup, and it's going to be difficult for them. It's going to be difficult for both sides. And Impunity, you know, they also have to try their best too, as they face so many miraculous comeback, as you mentioned, you know, in the battle between RTZ. They were just struggling, you know, in those up and down battles. And also in this final matchup between Nova and Impunity, they also have some ups and downs. So it's going to be a challenging battle for both teams to compete in this last BO7.
For those of you who are maybe KPL fans or KGL fans, so this BO7 will be different with the normal BO7 we have been watching in KPL. So basically we have a ultimate battle setting up for a BO7, which means that at the very last game, all the hero pools will be reopened again. But for KAW, we have a special setting. They are not gonna be applying these rules. So the very last game, I mean, their hero pools are still tightly restricted. So they have to choose whatever heroes are available in the hero pools. So which means that the BP will be extremely hard to do, like more than ever, because they have already used like 6 heroes in each positions. That's a huge stress. I mean, I couldn't even imagine what will be a better composition comparing and in this current scenario. And yeah, that will be a huge stress for the coaches, right? Very hard to decide.
Definitely. The coaches and the analysts are working so hard on this, since the rule is going to be different, you know, than the KPL and the KGO, and this KAW, they're still going to have their hero locked up. So that meaning you don't have much choices left. So in the end, what's it going to be? Are you going to use those heroes that you're not being using for a long hero that you're really good with.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a challenge to both of the teams and both of the coaches.
Because we can have a little bit guess of who's going to be on their ban list. For example, Impunity have been using Da Qiao and Sun Bing, but since Sun Bing have already been used by both teams, so I think Da Qiao will still have a position on the very first round of the ban places. And if you look like deeper into their heroes, which has already been used, like Kung Sun Li have already been used by both teams, but Shen Mengxi will be taking a one position on the bans here, because like 7th game you do not want to deal with Shen Mengxi because Nova still have Shen Mengxi on their hero pool. And for Impunity, because we have been watching a lot of games, like Impunity really relies on the performance of their marksman, which means that the bottom duel, they really want to stress out this point, make it a very strong and very hard to defend duel. So the resting, I think Lady Sun is a good catch, because nobody like from both teams have been using this hero, but unfortunately, like Taiyi Zhenren, as we always like see, like Nova have been banning away the Taiyi for 6 times. I see no reason they're letting the Taiyi Zhenren out for Impunity to pick. So maybe like Lady Sun will be pairing up with maybe a Luban or a Min. That can be decided. And Zhang Fei will be a good point, but Zhang Fei is getting banned from Nova at the previous game also. So yeah, this stays in mystery. So by the simple look and the glimpse of the bans plays here and all the very good and popular strategic hero, we can see that like supports, the choices for support is quite limited. But for the other positions, for example, like mages, I think there's still a lot of options. Ganja and Moye are available. Angela is available, and Haya, of course, and Zhao Jun is also available for Impunity to pick. And yeah, I think they can still manage to find a lot of mages who can suit with their composition at the most extent. And as to the marksman, Mengya, Alexio, and a lot of late game heroes can still be chosen up. And I think Huang Zhong can be considered as a very last hit, because Huang Zhong in the current meta is extremely strong. Even though, unfortunately, the earliest like game they used Huang Zhong, they got defeated because some careless mistake, I would honestly say. But yeah, I think it's about the performance, not about the hero. So the hero still is very, very powerful and very popular one. Very popular choice. And as to the jungler, we have been explaining this rhythm and this principle to you guys for a lot of times. In this current meta, I think the variety when it comes to junglers are so huge. There's a lot of choices. If you want to stick like Air, you want to play Jan Lam, it's also available. You can use it if you feel so confident. But if you want to shift it into quite like less resource reliance heroes, there's a lot of options. For example, Monkey is still available for both sides to choose, and Miyamoto Musashi is okay. And also Air have been using Baichi for 4 times, and with a very high winner rate, 65%, and that can be considered. So I think that in current meta, Honor of Kings, like all-rounded heroes are all lying there for them, waiting for the teams to pick. And let's see, here we go, dive into the very last game between Impunity and Nova, and this will be a one way to go game, because whoever is going to be the winner for this game will be the final champion who hold up the champion cup and become the very first prize in the KAW. It's going to be a nervous up, and hopefully our teams and our players are fully ready for this, because we have went through 6 games in total, and we are seeing ups and downs for both teams, but they both performed so good when trying to digest the obstacles, and they did it so well. So let's see. Da Qiao and Min, as we expected and predicted, get banned away. And for Kai, also a very popular hero that can be paired up with a soldier. got banned away. Let's see what will be the last spot. Again, Tai Zhenren banned away 7th time in one role. Ata will be the very first choice. But unfortunately, like Megumi and Hui has already used Sunbin before, so yeah, this Ata will be standing alongside as a frontliner.
Yeah, and I feel like, Tai Zhenren is being banned away every single game by Nova Esports. And that means that Impunity Megumi is not able to use that Tai Zhenren every single game. And Nova Esports knows that, and they're going to target that Megumi on Impunity side.
Yeah.
And with that, they're going to have that Byron and Lady Shen getting picked up. And there's not much choices left. So, Impunity is going with that Mengyat and Zhang Fei combo at the moment.
Ata and Zhang Fei together is a very tanky frontliner, and they have a lot of initiative when it comes to the fighting over of the River Vision, because you have more tanks, which means that you will have more insurance travel on side in the river. It will be better for Impunity trying to stand on the river and trying to decide what to do and what not to do for the next round.
And look at that Lombard getting picked up for Nova Esports here. That's going to provide a lot of protection on that passive. And wow, both sides are looking pretty tanky. But the Impunity side is going to have the better tank, as they're going to have Ata and Zhang Fei.
Lombard is okay as a strong hit of the initiation. Since we talk about those very nice and very good and popular bodyguards, supports have already been used, or either been used or either been banned away. So like Tai Zhenren are basically living bought a house on the banned places. Being banned for 7th time, there's no way that Megumi can play this Tai, and Lady Swen will be accompanied by Lombard using those CC chains. Maybe he will find it.
Also, Monkey and Luna getting banned out, so Impunity doesn't have a jungler yet.
Yeah.
So they're gonna put the pressure on them by banning out Monkey and Luna, and I'm just really curious to see what Impunity is gonna choose. Not much choices left for the junglers. And on that other note, Nova Esports gonna pick up that mid laner as a mid priority, cleaning the waves as fast as possible, kind of like Chen Wenxi, that mid laner.
I think like Impunity must go for a assassin type jungler, because like Ata and Zhang Fei, we can see they are very tanky heroes, but they still need those bursting damage as a jungler. So Nakalulu will be a good choice. And Nakalulu, because of the inborn mechanisms, like he take down the HP bars away from the frontliners like very quickly, like percentage damage. So it will be like better choice.
Yes, that Mama Haha combo is gonna be really devastating for Nova Esports here. But Nova Esports replying with Agudor as the jungler. Maybe he's gonna lock it in, and he does gonna lock it in. And wow, with Nakaruru on the Impunity, Nova Esports gonna choose that counter jungle pick as Agudor. Wow, that's a lot of auras. That's a lot of movement speed coming out of Agudor's ability. So,
yes.
Wow. It's gonna be a cool battle here to see.
It's very amazing to see that as a very last battle, like Nova choose to believe in Shen, giving Byron to the top laner while giving Air this kind of very assistant type of jungler, which will means that Agudo will be given those waves solely to this Byron, and Byron really needs to stand out. But his target will be Zhangzia and Mengyat, but unfortunately, like Mengyat has a Purify, so which will be a matter of time whether that Nova can use Lombard and together with Baron get closer to the backlines and finish them like instantly, or otherwise I think Lakanulu will be enjoying his time getting to the backline and just finish all.
Yes, and I feel like they have to protect their backliners. They have to protect Lady Shen, and that Joey, using that fire to set up the battlefield is going to be really crucial in those positioning as well, because you do not want to have Nakaruru going to the backliner and just finish off those backliners. And once those backliners going to be finished off, you're going to have trouble in those battles for Nova Esports.
Like for me, I think Impunity's composition is more solid because they have two frontliners. It's a sign of protection, and it also offers a lot of more vision. It protects Nakalulu's jungle so well, and as to the cores, they have the late game Nakalulu bursting damage and Jiangxia responsible for those AoE damage. And for Nova, I think, yeah, they really need to perform better. They need to show a good like teamwork so that we can see the Byron CC chains together with Lumber using those ultimate to create a wonderful team fight.
That's right. Those knockups have to be online for Nova Esports to have a chance against Impunity. Definitely Impunity have the upper edge in the compositional lineups. But, you know, Nova here, they still need to make it work. They still have to show us the teamwork, the coordination, the collaboration between the players. They have to be really seamlessly, you know, doing all those battles at the right moment, at the right time.
And there's a one weakness shouting out from Nova's composition, because like Agudo is very special. When the smite, the damage and the distance to use smite is quite short and quite small, quite limited. So this will be a question, and if you take a look at Impunity's composition, they have 2 smites available. So if 2 teams are fighting over for the neutral objectives, maybe Impunity will stand a higher chance of like controlling the dragons.
Definitely. Those 2 smites gonna come really handy in those smite battles between the two dragons. You know, there's gonna be a battle for over dragons, and definitely Impunity got the upper hands as they hold 2 smites, and that's gonna provide a lot of more damage, and those dragons, you know, they're gonna have a higher percentage going to Impunity.
Yes. The Agudo is very special. Normally, we'll expect to see Agudo paired with Machao, but yeah, Machao is not that popular in the current meta. Maybe we will have some chances to see Machao in the future, in the next KAW.
Yes, maybe we do. And I love this Agudo. I like to highlight this hero. You know, he was just using all the friends in the jungle, you know, try to using that smite and kind of, you know, really not really like killing them, but you know, using them as an ally in the fights, summoning them into the battles in the battlefield.
I mean, it will be a good news if Impunity is having this time for Nakalulu trying to clean the jungle, trying to get the economy, get the gold, and to farm up to have those items he needed to deal the damage. But for Nova, I think they need to speed up, maybe give more resources to Lady Sun, and they really relies on Lady Sun's performance, but unfortunately we see the very first blood being spawned on the top side. Xuan got killed. Oh, this is not a good news for Nova.
Not a good sign for Nova as Shen goes down, and I'm just waiting for that late game to see if Lady Shen is able to do those damage, getting those items, getting that one-shot combo on Impunity. But it might be hard because, you know, Impunity's composition is really, really good. The burst damage is there, the tankiness is there, and already Ata just soaking up all those damage. That's going to provide a lot of safe environments for Manya and Nakaruru to deal those damage. And that damage is going to be happening. The knockback from both sides is going to be coming in, but no casualties. It's happening.
Yeah, I like Megumi's ultimate. Like, just by the second we think that Nova is about to finish the kill, they went strictly to up, but Megumi uses his ultimate to protect Mengya safely back to the base.
Yes, if you see that replay from here, it turned out to be a solo match, but Atsu came to help out, and it was right there. You know, Byron just can't handle the pressure, and he just falls down. First blood already going to Impunity, and Impunity, you know, looking so far so good here in this first 4 minutes of the game match.
Yeah, that performance of Ata is really well. You can see he uses that extra auto attack to pull back Byron. Byron is supposed to escape. It's so close, and by the time he wants to go, he uses ultimate to block the only way he can go outside, and just the only left choices for Byron is to go around the ultimate, but yeah, Nakalulu is waiting right there.
Exactly, you know. And Ata just putting out that shovel, you know, blocking the pathways. And that's going to be really handy in those big team fights.
Yes.
Where Ata putting down the shovel and locking up, that's going to zone out a lot of the Nova esports players and providing more damage, more environment, safety environment for Manya and Nakaruru to do its bursty damage overall to Nova Esports side.
And from now on, we can see like Impunity have a complete advantageous scenario things going on the top side, and now they're switching. They're focusing like points to the bottom lane where they have been using their waves to take down one more tower from Nova. I mean, Impunity is looking extremely good for this last battle.
Yes,
they're winning in the side
agree.
lanes.
Tyrant already going out to Impunity as Nova Esports putting that pressure on that top tower is going to bring it down. But, you know, once the game go on longer, it's going to be trouble because Nakaru is going to have that damage coming for him online, getting that Siege Breaker pretty soon, I pretty hope. He already got the Exo Torment, so
yep.
You know, any second, those damage is going to be bursting in.
I mean, the upper limit for Nakalura, I think, will be the time he have the Siege Breaker available. But no on, if he's leading in personal gold, he will be a nightmare for Nova, and especially for Aguro, because if Aguro is using the ultimate, like the little animal and friends going around, so he himself, his body will be extremely vulnerable. I think he only got like 2,000 or 3,000 HP bar, and that will be the damage given you by only the one ultimate from Nakaduru will do.
Yes, once you get separated from your animal, you know, your Agudor, you're really vulnerable to a lot of attacks.
Yes.
And once those attacks gonna be on you, your main body goes down, and that's gonna be another gray screen on your screen, and you gotta go back to the fountains after that.
Impunity is playing this very smartly. Like, they're not forcing into the team fights, right? They're just simply getting your towers down using Mengya's aggression in the early game. And even though like Joey tries his best, boy to clean, but Byron got Nakaduru. That's a very good hit.
Great arrival of Byron getting that kill on Nakaru. That's mean, you know, Nova Esports, they're gonna have the upper edge for the moment here, and they're gonna use that momentum to try to push that mid torrent. And look at that, the torrent is already in, and the fire is gonna be on the row here. And wow, Nova Esports, they got another point back on their charts, and they're looking at to capitalize on that mistake that Nakaru made.
And the fire from the Joyu not only can deal damage to the enemy, but also the fire, if you set a fire underneath the tower, it can also deal the damage to the towers. So whoever got more like vision using Joyu, they can take down your turrets pretty quickly using the marksman together with Joyu's fire. Those flames.
Yes, definitely. The flames is gonna hurt those towers, and those towers gonna fall. You let those fire burn. And right here, we might see another fight happening, trying to get that Overlord. You know, everybody just lurking around, waiting for the fight to happen, but they have to clean the lanes, they have to manage the waves, and Nakaruru is hiding. They don't have the vision on Nakaru. Nakaru comes out here. They might see a gank happening from Nova Esports, but Nakaru is a little bit too powerful here. The reinforcement arriving underneath the tower, but they will not go for a dive, as they do not want to be overstepping this battle yet.
I think Impunity still have the ultimate stored for Megumi, so they have the initiative to start on this Overlord, and right now they're looking for to go further into Nova's territory, and they straight went forward to the red, maybe. I think if you can have the counting down points of the red buff, you wanted to keep like stealing it away, because you steal your enemies jungles away means that you have like a double buff to farm up.
Yes, double buff, and also, you know, you take away the resource, you take away their gold. And look at that, Impunity already got the Overlord, and the lanes is looking really good. Better for Impunity than Nova Esports. The fights is happening, the ultimate comes out of Agudor, and they just want to remain intact. They don't want to engage too much, and Byron just waiting for the right time. I feel like Byron just waiting for that Nakaru to appear, that's all.
Yeah. I think from this point on, I mean, Impunity is using the advantage of and merits to have two frontliners in one role, because these frontliners will enable the whole team to go further, to lighten up the world, to see where the enemies are hiding. But Nova, I mean, Aguda is not a front tank, I think, and yeah, Byron also half tank, half soldier. So I think they are taking this merits quite well.
Oh, we see the initiation
Mongia is
coming
knocked up.
From the team of Nova, knocked up. Up is gonna go down. And wow, Nova gaining the edge over that battle, but still, they have Nakaruru hiding in the shadows, waiting for gank to make it happen here. But the auras, the movement speed, the recovery speed from Agudor, that's gonna provide Nova Esports with a lot of sustainability in that aura field.
Well, it's like one dragon to another. Like each team are taking those neutral objectives one by one. The last one, Impunity has it, the next one, Nova has it. They're catching with one another very tightly. There's not a lot of difference when comparing to the gold, when comparing to the state from now. And yeah, one lucky news for Nova is Musi is safely farmed up for a long time. It has been like secretly farmed up for a long time. Level 13.
That's right. It's gonna be, you know, Nova Esports' secret weapon as that Mushi gets farmed up. That Lady Strength damage is gonna go way up. And I feel like Impunity haven't realized the gravity of the situation yet.
Yes.
As that Lady Strength farm up too much is gonna be trouble for them, as they will feel the wrath of the one shot coming from Lady Strength. And it's gonna be devastating as they move in to that blue area. They wanna get that blue and just go. And the pressure is back on Impunity side right now.
Yes. I think yes will be like more stressful because the whole team really relies on the positioning of Nakaruru. So even though they have these two frontliners, but these two, what they can do is quite limited. There's not much like bursting damage. The only thing they can do is trying to fight back using the ultimate. But this kind of initiation is quite easy to dodge away by Lady Sun because of he have a flicker available and another dash with the first ability. So if they really want to take this Lady Sun out of the picture, really they need Nakaruru to get inside. And another try, they have forced out the ultimate from Zhang, which means that Impunity have to stack a one step more, like away from the river, and Nova gets the Overlord.
Yes, Nova actually gaining control of the river. But look at here, the ultimate from Shell Excellent almost got that steal on that Overlord, but eventually that Overlord is gonna go to Nova Esports side. And yeah, I feel like the knockup coming in from Byron and Lombard is gonna take out the fire. You know, sometimes it's gonna extinguish out the fire coming from the dives coming in from Impunity. So those heroes are really good protections for the Lady Strength.
I think Impunity should start to think about the way they can possibly get inside into the team fights. Because if you stay like just on your own high ground tower, you're just waiting for Nova to arrive, right? You need to circle up, you need to hide your vision for Nakaruru to get closer to the backlines so that the frontliner can just start to do whatever they can to initiate. But if Nakaruru just stayed around the high ground tower, there's no way they can possibly just approaching to this Lady Sun. And Nova, with the help of the flames, with the help of the Agudo's animals, they can just simply setting free all the animals, and wherever they go, they can easily just take down the towers. Easy peasy.
Yes. Easy peasy does it. And Nova Esports right here, just sticking. They choose to stick together. It's going to be really hard for Nakaruru to engage on that Lady Strength. And as you can see here, they're doing the split push, you know, 4-1, Nakaruru managing the waves. And the same thing, Byron managing the waves and having the 4-1 combo on both teams.
Yeah, there's no way for Nakaruru at this point to dive in from the front. The only way will be from the back. So Nakaruru really have to think of the ways they can, he can shift around, avoiding being saw and spotted from the front.
And look at that flash coming out from Joey. It's going to avoid. And look at that shovel coming down. Lady Strength is dealing damage. Nobody is killing Lady Strength. That's going to be Nova Esports' battle right here. Gaining the kill on X Hero, and nobody got the damage on Lady Sun, and
Yes.
that Lady Sun is feeling really, really comfortable right here.
Exactly, that's what we're talking about just now. Like, there's no way that Nakaruru can find a way to go through from the front. He can only find a way from the back. So if he stayed like on his ultimate, we can see that Nakaruru are fully prepared, but he's trying to find the angle, but just couldn't find a place to dive in. And he choose to like use the ultimate to land in back forward because there's no way out. And yeah, this will be a loophole for Impunity. And Nakaruru is trying his best, trying to hide in the grass. Maybe he will do it. Nova shifted to the bottom side.
Already getting 2 inner turrets, and all the outer turrets are gone right here. Now is their time to move on to the inner high ground turrets. And the turrets is looking really, really good on Nova Esports. Gaining all that go, definitely they're gonna have the go advantage over Impunity. So the question is really up to Yeezy to do those damage on Lady Shen, but it's gonna be really, really hard, and it's gonna be really risky for him to do that. So let's see how this is gonna go down.
If he's circling back and forth in this corner, maybe he's went directly for the waves on the top, and after cleaning the wave, he can circle, make a huge like gap, and trying to travel around. But there's a tier 1 turret in the mid, which means that it will be even harder for Nakaruru. He will be spotted by the tier 1 turrets.
That's right, exactly. And you know, vision control, definitely Nova got the upper edge here. They have the mid turn still, so you know, the creeps, the vision, they got it, and they're gonna invade into the blue areas right now. We might see another fight happening. And Lady Shen is in a good position, you know, hiding behind the fire, hiding behind Akudo's second ability, and that's a lot of sustainability for Lady Shen.
Lumber's ultimate has already been used and launched. It will
And look
be
at
the turn for
Nakaruru right here,
Impunity.
hiding in that patch of grass, but he gets spotted, and that's gonna be trouble for Impunity here. Zhangfei dancing around, still finding the right time, using an ultimate, but it's not gonna be enough. Impunity still a little bit off here on those damage, and they're still trying to make a way, try to go to the back lane, try to get that damage on that Lady Shen.
I mean, for me, that ultimate from Zhangfei was completely useless because, like, your jungler has already been spotted, the ultimate has been already used. So the way and the position you choose to unleash your ultimate has no use because there's no damage. Your teammates are retrieving back to the base, and right now you're using your ultimate very limited, like, resources in front of your enemy, and Nova gets a signal. That's the reason why they shift back to the bottom and using this Overlord and Tyrants to take down one more tower. Only a single one more attack from Lady Swan will be needed to take down this high ground tower. I think it will be happening like within seconds.
Yes, I have to agree with you. You know, that
Yes.
ultimate coming from Zhangfei was a little bit off here. You know,
Yes.
the jungler already left the battlefield, but he chose to use the ultimate. I feel like he could have used the ultimate to
He could
clear
have
that
just
bottom
went
lane.
away. Yes.
Yeah, use that ultimate for a better situation, but in this case, they're a little bit behind here as they are behind in the goal counts, and also losing that high ground tower on the bottom lane is going to be trouble in the later games as that super minion move towards your bottom lane. So definitely Nova Esports got the advantage in this game so far.
And for Lady Sun fully decked out, Blood Whipper is already available, and right now they can have whatever neutral objective was being spawned outside because there's no way that Impunity can travel such a long distance to trying to fight for this Tyrant.
Yes, and that Dark Tyrant is going to be up for takes. And granting that Dark Tyrant buff, I feel like, you know, they got the team fight advantage, and it's going to be really, really difficult for Nakaruru to get those burst damage in on that Lady Sun right now.
Let's see. Very last hit from Nova. Because in
And
the
look at
previous
that
game,
Ata. Getting hit so much, getting taken out half HP. Like, nobody can really stand up to Lady Shen's damage right now. I mean, if Nakaruru goes in head first, he's gonna get taken out. So he has to wait. He has to wait patiently to do those executions. Right now, Nakaruru is facing the pressure. Nakaruru using that reincarnation, but still getting taken out as well. And the rest of the members are Impunity are in trouble here. Look at this. The damage coming out from Lady Shen is crazy, and we might see the high ground tower going down. Right now, red team dominating. This could be game for Impunity. What is this happening here?
I think the Impunity still needs to wait for 20 more seconds for the rest of the team to be arrived.
But the minions is coming in slowly. Double kill for Lady Shen.
It will be the end.
That's gonna be ace. Triple kill for Lady Shen. And that's gonna be the grand finals. And that's gonna be it. Look at Nova Esports' face right now. They're filled with excitement. And wow, I'm just so happy for Nova Esports.
Of course, because the last time we saw them, it's the game that they lost. Like they are dominating the whole game and like got a complete ace up by Impunity. And the second time we saw them, they're fully relaxed, and we see the players and the coaches there gave it high five. They are so relaxed and making those very exhausting faces. But and also we can see how exciting they are because they are the very first champion for Honor of Kings Asian Wave. It's really means something. It will be a huge milestone for these 5 players and the coaches. Congratulations again to Hui, Air, Ian, Shen, and Lucy. Very well done. They're the very first team make it to the grand final, and finally they have guarded, defended their final glory and become the final champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Nova Esports for making it this far. You know, like at some time I feel like, you know, they were falling behind, but they also came back every single time.
Me too.
And that was a close battle. And wow, Lady Shen at that end was dealing so much damage. And again, congratulations to Nova for making it into the grand finals. That's gonna be your champion for the first season of the KAW Honor of Kings tournament.
I mean, Nova has been one of the strongest team in KAW in the very early phases of the entire tournament. So starting from the first 2 weeks, we are together witnessing how powerful they are as a team. They showed up very good and wonderful team collaborations, teamworks, and we seen they have their secret little weapon, their compositions. They have a very deep understanding and comprehension of Honor of Kings, and each of the players, they have very deep hero pools, and I believe they will be better and stronger as the time goes by, and we really hope to see the bigger and stronger version of Nova in the future. In other tournaments, maybe bigger stages, everything can happen.
Yes, definitely. It's going to be a good start for Nova as they win this first season of the KAW. It's going to be a start of a long journey ahead where they compete in more competition in the future, and this means a lot to them. It means a lot for the players, it means a lot for the team, and wow, all that hard work really pays off in the end.
Yeah, and for today's game, I think 6 games in total. Nova is like a mental roller coaster. They have their weakness been spotted by the opponent, like Impunity, and some of the games they did it really well, and some of the game I believe there's a lot of regrets. For example, the second one, right? So if they manage, if they manage to win the second one, I believe they will feel less stressed out because they're probably going to be the winner for the early, previous early 3 matchups. But yeah, this is esports. Everything cannot be predicted, and you just have to be the best version of yourself at the minute. That will be the most important thing to do.
Esports, you have to be at the right moment, and yeah, everything is on the line. So a lot of pressures is going to be on both sides. And exactly, that second match dragged out so long, and their mentality was just getting crushed in the finals part of the game. So if they do, manage to win that second round, I feel like they're going to have less pressure on them. But they still manage to claw back way the end and grind themselves to the top and ending it up with the championship.
But Nova, they're like every single player can be a star from this team, which means that they are shifting their balls to either character and positions. We are seeing Air using Lan and Jing and complete dominator for the entire game, and the last one they are giving the whole spotlight to Shen, giving Byron to Shen, and Shen did it so well. And we saw EM playing different types of the mages. And yeah, so as Musi using different types of marksmen accompanied by Hui. So I was really it's really hard to determine who performed the best because we still have one prize to give out. It will be the final MVP, which means the FMVP will still remain as a mystery.
Yes, and that mystery will be unveiled really shortly here, and that honor. That's for the FMVP. That's a huge honor for any player to take upon.
Of course.
So yes, so we're just looking forward to who will be the FMVP for Nova Esports.
Yeah, but I think like great appreciation should be given to all the players because even though that Impunity does not win the very last battle, but today's like 7 games, I think Impunity really did it so well. They performed so good. They have exceeded their limitations. We can see they have been pulling off those very good compositions, showing us those surprising moments. And that Marco Polo, I will remember for a little bit while.
That's right. It's as a record to be remembered for a long time, and a lot of players been going back to that match. They're gonna remember that Marco Polo, that quadra kill at the end, getting the kills on right here coming in
right here,
and Impunity. Just congratulations to both teams for making it so far, but only one winner sticks out. That's gonna be Nova Esports, and again, I appreciate Impunity for making it this far. And there's a lot of ups and downs, but somehow they managed to pull back every single round, which is really surprising to me. So they really tried really hard this time for Impunity.
Your next opportunity will always be waiting for you ahead in the future. So if you had some regrets, if you think you can do better, just try harder next time. We are waiting for you here for the second KAW. Our tournament will continue to be waiting for you guys, and hopefully we can see more talented players. We can see better team collaboration. We can see better records being standing out from you guys. So thank you again for accompanying us, and the audiences and the fans, thank you guys again for watching our streaming from 6 weeks ago, and it's such an honor to have you guys watched, and such an honor and very happy working with Geket and Nora. Thank you guys for watching and thank you for your supports.
Definitely, and all the fans and audience watching online, wherever you are, just leave us a comment, telling us how did you feel about the game so far. Did you use the heroes we use in the game? And in the meantime, your FMVP is gonna go to Shen. That's gonna be the top laner for Nova Esports. Wow, congratulations to him for making it to the MVP. Wow, such an honor, a title to be held by Nova Esports, by Shen, of the players.
Just to remember the Charlotte he played, and he got a Quadra Colosso, and will be played by Shen. So very talented player, and we will have some short time to spend with him, like do a little short interview with Shen and ask how he feels, and hopefully we can enjoy our time together. Congratulations.
Definitely, he really showcased some exceptional skills on the stage, and I really want to ask him about how he feels in the current moment right now.
I think our interview is ready, and let's just directly right into the interview, have a short chat with Shen.
Yes, let's pop in.
Hello, Shen，跟我们打个招呼好吗
？Hello， 大家好，我是 Nova 的 Shen。
Yes, hey Shen, I know that you guys win the game and it's been really exciting, but how do you feel at this moment of winning the FMVP for your team?
好的，首先恭喜轩获了本场比赛的胜利。这场比赛打得非常久了，但是首先我们想要知道的是，你获得了一个 FMVP 的殊荣，这个是个非常非常大的一个奖项啊！此刻的感觉和一个感想是什么样的？有感到很惊喜吗？
很惊喜吧。我觉得最主要开心的还是能拿到冠军，就是队伍都挺猛的，队友。
Yeah, Shen was telling us that he's really happy of winning this championship. Also, his teammates was being really, really nice and really coordinated in this battle as well. And next question is that I want to ask you, into this BO7 match, what did your team and your coaches did to prepare for this final matchup against Impunity?
好，那其实 BO7 呢是一个非常漫长的过程，在昨天比赛完得知之后，会今天对阵到 Impunity， 你们一个晚上的准备，包括今天可能到最后一局选出这么一个阵容，你们是怎么沟通和商量？可以跟我们分享一下你们的赛前准备吗？
我觉得我们对于就是教练组什么的都挺有信心的，就是我们可能今天的比赛过程可能也没想到会打那么多局，就有些细节没做得更好啊。
Yeah, so working into the BO7, they feel like their coaches and their team, they have a lot of confidence. They didn't expect to fight so many battles. So there's a lot of detail might be they have to work on. So they're gonna have more teamwork and they want to come back in the battle much stronger in the next season or so. And our last question I want to ask you, there's a lot of audience tuning into our tournament right now. And is there anything you want to say to your fans, to your friends, and to your families?
是的，其实我们这一期的赛事呢，也有非常多的一个观众关注到你们。那我相信你的粉丝啊、你的朋友、你的家人们也一直在荧幕前关注着你的表现。那此时此刻呢，又获得了 FMVP， 团队也获得了这一场赛事的冠军。有什么话想要跟他们说的吗？
很感谢所有支持我们的人嘛，就是我们会继续加油，做得更好，下一次的比赛。
Yeah, so Sharon, thanks to everybody who's supporting them in this series of the competition, and they're gonna do their best to come back into the next season of the fighting, and they're gonna do a really good job, if they come back next time.
Thank you, 轩，谢谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们未来可以变得更强，加油，拜拜。
拜拜，
拜拜，谢谢。
Wow, I think he's really modest, telling us
super
how
humble.
did he feel and super humble about getting the FMVP, and really it's not really a one-man team, it's really a 5v5, and it's all about that teamwork and coordination and that collaboration with your team and coaches.
Yes, I really admire that. You have to have these team spirits sticking together in order to win in Honor of Kings, because it's not a game about personal spirit, it's about teamwork. So thank you for Xuan's interview, and hopefully thank you guys for accompanying with us for this past 6 weeks, and we hope to see you guys in the next KAW. And so much for today, so much for the KAW. Thank you for watching. We will stay tuned. Bye bye.
Yes, that's gonna be a wrap for us, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.